$5,000. Cash payment to anyone who can prove that what lying son of a devil Farrakhan is preaching is consistent with the lessons, supreme wisdom, of Master Fard Muhammad Elijah Muhammad's representation of his teacher Master Fard's teachings.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant. Break the 7 seals. This is a follow from yesterday, brothers and sisters. I had a lot of technical issues yesterday and had a lot today too, so I think I'll do a little bit better today, but I'm not going to be able to get this whole presentation today. Probably finish up tomorrow. I'll do as much as I can today. It's very pertinent information, this will, brothers and sisters. They talked about this will last week. They have no idea what they're talking about. God says the will is New Jerusalem. So we're all going to live on New Jerusalem, supposed to be, the new kingdom. So we're all going to live on the will. It's stupid. But anyway, the reason why no one steps up for this, brothers and sisters, because they can't, which means they know that that's bullshit over there. It's bullshit. They know. Because they haven't texted nothing. So they know. They haven't put a comment in there. Oh, okay, here's my number. Because they know it's bullshit. That tells you a whole lot right there on it. They know it's bullshit. So what does that make them? The demons? Okay, we know who they are. We already made clear. Don't come here. Waste your time. Agents, okay. Betrayals or whatever, right? But they're little parasites. They can't because they don't want to bring attention to me. Then they're aware. They don't want to bring attention to me, right? Because that'll cut down their income. They're trying to get money back, trying to keep money in there. Because see, Farrakhan's got him by the ass. He didn't do like Elijah did. Elijah left all the resources, all the assets in the name of the nation, which they went in and went to court and said, no, that money, that's my father's money. He did all that. So ripped off the nation, left us believers with nothing. Nothing, absolutely nothing. I'm not going into all the details, but I lost everything. I was totally immersed in the nation. Banking, house, everything. Lost everything. Job, all over. And Farrakhan, it was him and Farrakhan. Lost Farrakhan. But he never paid that money back. He's a millionaire. So we move on, but no one ever answered this. And they're hoping that no one else finds out about it. That's why they don't mention me or anything. Why? They were, because they don't want people draw attention to this, because they got people over there got their brains. At the end of their little thing they got going. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I'm going to try to keep focused because I start talking and something comes up and then the next thing I know I'm on a tangent. Okay. My voice, you see my voice is, see if it holds up.
Do you then believe in a part of the book and disbelieve in the other? What then is the reward of such among you as do this but disgrace in the life of this world, and on the day of resurrection they shall be sent back to the most grievous chastisement. And Allah is not heedless of what you do. 86 These are they who buy the life of this world for the hereafter, so their chastisement shall not be lightened, nor shall they be helped.
Guilty, 100% guilty. Ask them about the mention of covenant. Talks about that Malachi. Oh, no, mention after Elijah. That's who's the mention of covenant then. Right? They never mention, so if they think it's somebody before Elijah or Elijah himself, why don't mention him at all? Because they know it's someone that comes to Elijah's temple that will succeed Elijah. They never mention him. There's two reasons why I don't mention. That's one reason they don't want you to know about him. There's a lot of reasons. I'm talking the main, well, actually three. Second one is that you question, well, okay, that's the message of the covenant. Okay, he will come after. And you say, well, what's the message? What covenant he's a messenger of? Then you go and look at the Abraham covenant. You say, oh, it says after 400 years, we'll return to our land and tell you exactly where it is, who and what. Arabia. So they don't mention that part either. When they read it, Abrahamic, that story, that scripture, the part they leave out is the covenant part. He's the messenger of the covenant out, leave the covenant out. He's the messenger of the covenant. It means the messenger of God's word. He's bringing God's word. He's representing God's word. He's speaking for God. He's fulfilling God's word. The messenger of the covenant. And the covenant is God's word. But they don't mention him. They don't mention the covenant either. Neither one. And Pharaoh goes further than that. He don't even not mention the covenant. But the purpose of the covenant is that when we return home, he says that we ain't going nowhere. So he's calling God a liar, because that's God's word. He's calling God a liar. So God telling you that shit, but you ain't going nowhere. That's why I don't mention it, because he would have to, if he mentioned it, that's another reason. Another reason right there. If he mentioned it, and he want to hold on this, we ain't going nowhere, he have to tell you, oh, well, God said, see, look at this. He mentioned it. God said, oh, that's where we're going. We're going to Arabia. But we ain't going nowhere. Then you have to come outright and say it. Outright and say it, that God's a liar. This right there, brothers and sisters. Said, we don't argue with anyone. We ain't trying to convince anyone. I'm not. Because that's clear. I mean, you can't get any clearer than that. And then another reason they don't mention it, because then they tell you Exodus is our history. So then you get the God comes, he raised Elijah, right? And then Elijah requests Aaron, who the God was against, he opposed it. But since Elijah insisted, he said, okay, but he opposed it. He didn't anoint him. Right? And then Elijah would live after 40 years, and then this Aaron would be the next 40 years, and he would just tear up everything. He turned everything around, made people laugh and stock and everything else. So then you say, who is that? Who be after Elijah there? And then he would be taken down by Joshua, because that person, Aaron, he'd be left, he wouldn't make it to the prayer. He'd be taken down in the promised land. That's the one that came right after Elijah. He ruled 40-some years. You see, this is very clear. This is not calculus, this is not algebra, this is not trigonometry. This is 1 + 1 = 2 stuff. So they say, well, the Bible, well, we're going to see what the Bible would say about that too. The Bible, okay. Because, okay, let's see what the Bible says about that. Because these clowns right here, it says most grievous. Because they do all the time. They represent Farrakhan. They part of scripture, this being part, this being other. Most grievous chastisement. So let's go look a little, let's go see what it says about. Because they say, well, there's nothing wrong with the Bible. Because if nothing wrong with the Bible, then how do you square a circle? So they go, because they say he's Aaron. How can you say he's Aaron and then still be with him? Nobody, if you read Exodus, how can you say Farrakhan's Aaron, he's Aaron, that story, and still be with him? They kind of corrupt, whatever.
Section 1, Fundamental Principles of Islam. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. 1. I, Allah, am the best knower. 2. This book, there is no doubt in it, is a guide to those who keep their duty. 3. Who believe in the unseen and keep up prayer and spend out of what we have given them. 4. And who believe in that which has been revealed to thee and that which was revealed before thee, and of the hereafter they are sure.
There you go. So you can call God a liar again? This is Allah talking. Allah the best knower. There's no doubt here. You got to believe in the Quran, which is revealed to thee, and revealed the Bible for thee. He ain't saying about, no. That's clear. No doubt. So, How can you get around that then? Forget about the fact it follows the devil. We can prove that. He even says itself. So how can you get around that ABC stuff? Because the fact is that you can teach you can have a gorilla you can have in your class for a million years. He will never be able to tell you how much 2 + 2 is. Never. That's what called disbelievers, because those folks, right? This angel is designed, right, for a particular mind. Well, not a well, it's your mind, but operate on. Remember, your Windows operating system, but mainframe. Okay? That's why the devil's mainframe cannot handle it. And demons have a devil mainframe, don't they? They see their fathers. Remember, the angel, which you call Revelations, which they had for 2,000 years and could not touch it. They tell you, oh man, here's Windows 12 or something, right? Well, you got to get it won't run on your operating on your system, right? You got to upgrade, right? Because it's too complicated. It won't run on your hardware. That's what it is. That's why I say I don't offer these folks, because they're never going to get it. They can't get it. The devils can't get it. They had 2,000 years. They couldn't get a dent. They could not figure this book out. So the only Lamb would ever do it. And then those that came up through him, that had the same mainframe, they just had to get their mind. So you got a brain and you got one mind. But the information that's been feeding the brain is bad information, so you get bad decisions. If you have bad information to your computer, they have a sign. And I have my own IT business, right? And they're a saying, garbage in, garbage out. If you give the brain bad information, it's going to make bad decisions. When it can make decisions based on the information it has. We ain't worried. But if you not see the Abraham and you haven't been upgraded, you should be upgraded too. See? I shouldn't have got into that. Because, the reason why they was in the wilderness, if you read the story, there was wilderness. One of the reasons why they're, because they had to get rid of like the real, they call old folks and all that kind of stuff, that because they was too corrupted. In other words, they were so corrupted by this reality, the Adam's system, that they couldn't upgrade. I mean, they couldn't, they need to upgrade. You understand what I'm saying? So they had to perish. They were seed Abraham, right? But they had an old model mainframe. Motherboard or whatever, mainframe, right? So they had to be upgraded. Right? So their children and everything else upgrade. Because right now, the knowledge you have right now, that you make it hereafter, it's going to be way beyond what's here. But that knowledge will be of no value maybe 1,000 years from now. You have to be upgraded. Because knowledge get more and more complex, more and more complex. I was telling a person, there's another, well, I wouldn't call it Alzheimer's. But, if you think about it, 90% of what you've done in your life, 99%, you don't remember any of it. You can't. Because you got a limit. They tell you, this food, you got an infinite brain. No brains, nobody got an infinite brain. It's limited. And you got so much of your brain for memory. And when it runs out, right, then that's it. So that's why you selectively remember things. Right? Things that have a big impact on you or whatever, they get stored and the rest of stuff don't. And as you get older, like me, my short-term memory is getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And I'm saying that backwards. Right? Because I got to take notes. If I think something 15 minutes ago, if I don't write it down, it's like it's gone. Because I got so much stuff, I remember so much stuff. And then I pass, and I go back and certain things I remember my past. I got a general idea of my past, but the 90% of it, I can't remember. You can't. It's not possible to remember that. I remember a friend of mine when I came back from the military said, "Man, you remember you did this?" I didn't want to say anything. Are you crazy? I said, I did that. No memory of it. And that's why it's important, brothers and sisters, to be honest and truthful with yourself. Because if you're a liar, that makes it even worse. If you're honest and truthful, somebody tell you something, you can you may not remember it, but you can know that, hey, I know I wouldn't do something like that. See what I'm saying? So that's your backup. But people say, I know, but if you're a liar and everything, you don't know if you did or not. They come and say you did this. How you gonna say you didn't? Go back and start look, see how much you remember. You don't remember 100% what you did last year. You don't remember 100% what you did all last week. I don't care what age you are. You can't. It's impossible. You just remember the thing, enough memories so you remember that you was there, or something, that you're aware. But memory is limited and it's very complicated. So, because how do you know what to remember, what not to remember? It's like when I meet someone the first time, I'm never gonna remember their name. I'll never remember their second because I never see them again. So I'm gonna put their name in my memory. I may never see a person again. Hey, how you doing, Robert? Hey, yeah. Yeah. I don't I try. And the second time, okay, I guess that means remember this person's name. Sometimes I don't even do it then. And then what I have to do, I have to go in and say, okay, associated with something. It's a process. So at any rate, these folks, they say anything. Anything. But they can be called account to it. Now, whether you remember something or not, consequence don't give a damn about that. I don't remember doing that. Well, consequence will make them put a scar on your ass so you know something happened. I got this scar. Well, usually remember you got scars. You usually remember how you got them. I think I remember. Well, I got a few. Let's move on.
174. Those who conceal aught of the book that Allah has revealed and take for it a small price, they eat nothing but fire into their bellies, and Allah will not speak to them on the day of resurrection, nor will he purify them, and for them is a painful chastisement. 175. Those are they who buy error for guidance and chastisement for forgiveness, how bold they are to challenge the fire. 176. That is because Allah has revealed the book with truth. And surely those who disagree about the book go far in opposition.
That's another thing, Bone says, we see right here, they do that. They do it openly. So God's a liar. They do it openly. They they conceal about mention of the covenant. They conceal about the covenant itself. They don't mention it. But it's right there. They read the verse. And it's on the next verse and they'll mention it. Yeah, I mean, I need to move on. Okay, well, come back to me. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna go through a couple more things. I'm gonna get into this wheel. Because they have no idea what they're talking about. They're out there talking about stuff. They have no idea what's about to happen, brothers and sisters. Let me check something first. I didn't do it yesterday. I had so many issues yesterday. Unpledged brothers, sisters, I'm gonna move on to. I'm gonna get to the main topic. I always play this. I hate to even listen to it myself. But this is, my point is trying to give you a clear view of the times, because you're not getting it from those clowns. You're not getting it from Brother Eric, brother, you know, brother, right? Probably a demon. Silas, would love to cry. Don't even, he's crying all the time. Farrakhan, who can't he wipe his own ass right now? Okay. Well, if you don't like what I said, go wipe his ass for him. Okay, just stay over there. Turn it off. I'm not looking for any clicks here. I'm here to get information to those whose eyes are open looking for information. Anyone else, bye. So, let me play this, and like I said, this because they don't represent Elijah Muhammad at all. $75,000. I'm just trying to get a basic, because right now, you look out there, right? I mean, if you look out in the world right now, you see how intense it is. And it's getting hotter by the minute. Unless it cools down. I mean, if you put some on the fire, water on the fire, right? If that fire keeps going, eventually it's going to spark boil. Unless you turn the fire off. Okay? But what's fueling this? What's fueling these activities? This is what I'm trying to get you to start thinking, brothers and sisters. If you see an action, is it a reaction to something? You see, it's action. Actions are reactions. That gets back to this idea about we got free will. That's bullshit. There's no such thing. You come in the world reacting. All your thoughts are reacting to what you're dealing with. Everything you do is a reaction. We're reaction people, right? Everything we do is reactions to actions, but they're the result of actions of the environment we're born into. We didn't create this environment. We're born into it, reacting to it. Okay? So there's no such thing as free will. We react to it, and you react to it qualitatively. Depends on what your nature and kind of person you are and everything else. But it's a reaction. All your thoughts are reaction. If you think about it, you realize that. Because what are you doing every day? I gotta do this. I gotta do that. I mean, I gotta take care of that. You're reacting. And that's all you ever gonna do all your entire life. Reacting. That's what we are. That's what we do. Reacting to a universe that's constantly expanding and contracting. Reacting to it. The only action is the universe itself. In the Quran, they refer to that in some respects as a lot. But it's universe, open and close, open and close. We make our own, the cream and planet of God universe, right? Because we're conscious of our reaction. That makes us God. We're conscious of our reaction, and we get that reaction quality. See, reaction is quality. We get reaction quality. Let me move on. See how y'all go again. Let me move on.
I gotta do this. Do you mind? Yes, I'm gonna do something. I don't want to put my brother on the spot. See, this is this. This is something else. Love and faith transcends color. And the reason why we embrace Father Flagler as a brother is because we find him on the battlefield of justice, being a true disciple of Jesus. And the last thing I'll say is you'll never call us racist.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because this day that we honor
Yes, sir.
Master Fard Muhammad, if you see an image of him, put his image up.
Yes, sir.
That's the man whose father was a black man and his mother a Caucasian. And how many of us have a parent that's a Caucasian or grandparent? It's not about color. It's about our submission to the will of God. And in that we find common ground and unity.
Yes, sir.
So I'm only one shade lighter than you, so. And Mustafa may be 4 more shades lighter. We a family.
Yes, sir.
Let's stay a family and be a family and love each other as God would have us to love each other. We love you, Father. Happy Savior's Day. Thank you. I had to do that. We love you.
One more time, brother.
4. And I heard other voice out of the heaven saying, Come you out, the people of me, out of her, in order that not you should share together to the sins of her, and out of the plagues of her in order that not you should receive. 5. Because were glued together of her the sins until the heaven, and called to mind the God the unjust acts of her. 6. Give you back to her as also she have back, and double you the double according to the works of her, in the cup to which she mingle you to her double. 7. As many as she glorified herself and lived unreigned in luxury, so much give you to her torment and mourning. Because in the heart of her she is saying that I am sitting queen, and widow not I am, and mourning not I should see. 8. Through this in one day will come the plagues of her, death and mourning and famine, and in fire she will be burned down, because strong Lord the God the having judged her. 9. And they will weep and they will strike themselves upon her the kings of the earth, the with her having committed fornication and having lived unreigned in luxury, whenever they may be looking at the smoke of the firing of her.
Okay, you said that's sick display, and he says he's reflect the honoring Master Muhammad, so-called Savior's Day. No, he's shitting on Master Muhammad, because Master Muhammad's teachings was totally. There's nothing that justified what he just did, and Elijah's teachings or the lessons, nothing, totally against it. And we're going to show you. I mean, unless I have a problem, again, I'm going to show you what Master Muhammad had to say about what he just said. That's why it'd be the most grievous just to all. You can, when it says unprecedented, brothers and sisters, it means unprecedented. It means most grievous chastisement. You know, there's all kinds of ways to destroy a person. But it says this could be for them. It deserved the worst way. The worst way. Something probably you can't even imagine. See, the fuel for the fire. And right here. Okay, let me get a short version. It says, do them as done to you. And I try to explain, I got a presentation lately, explain. See, they've been talking about the will. First, 3 days talking about the will of Allah. Was that display of will of Allah? And was that devil the will of Allah? He's a Catholic priest. That's the will of Allah. Plus the devil. See? So what you think? He calling God a liar, so God's gonna get his ass. I tell you, be careful. They tell you, be careful who you messing with. Elijah Muhammad said that himself. He said, be careful what you say, who you say it to, because Allah is amongst you. That's what he said. When I first got there in 1970, and I was there for a while, and I started hearing people say that. I started hearing Minister Yusha say that. Be careful what you say and who you say it to, because Allah is amongst you. And I had no idea. I mean, I'm new, right? I'm a rookie. I got my ex August 1970, August 21st. I got in Chicago, September. And I guess I was there for a little while, and I started hearing that, right? Mr. Yusha was saying that. I had no idea what was talking about. I mean, So I asked one of the old timers, I said, what's going on there? Well, why are you saying that? That's what made it explain to me, right? He said, God ain't no mystery or anything. So he told me, I don't know, because he started saying that. Right? Be careful, and the scripture said too, it said, be careful when you deal with angels, dealing with people, strangers, because you could be dealing with an angel. So that's a subtle way of telling you angels are people. Think about it. See, people don't pay attention to these little subtle things. They said, be careful how you deal with strangers, because you could be dealing with an angel. I tell you right there, the angels must be people. That's no story. So be careful what you say. You say it too, right? Okay. So here, right now, it says, "Do unto them as they done to you." Double. First, we ain't going anywhere, and he wants you against all this, right? And like I said, those people right there, they claim they would match from Muhammad. They're not. Not even close. Okay. They're saying that stuff. Well, let me put what I was going to say. Be careful what you say, who you say it to. Because remember, I keep talking about personification. Because otherwise, the consequences come in a nebulous way. But when you have personification, that's what say eye for eye, tooth for tooth. That's why I tell you personification. Because consequence, I mean, if you do something negative, you're gonna get a negative reaction. But it could be, as long as it's not negative. So in other words, if you say you stole $10, right, or stole $100,000, right, from someone. Okay, maybe they don't get that, but you end up going to the casino, lose $1,000. See, and then, see what I'm saying? That's the general way. But the personification way is that the person, that's why I say eye for eye, tooth for tooth. That's why he's saying that. They try to tell you personification. In other words, it'll come from the person that you did it to, they're going to be the one that serve the consequence in your ass. That's no way of saying it right here. Doing them as they done to us. And like I said about that shitload, the story we got a few minutes ago, right? He's saying things about from Muhammad. It's not true. So if you understand, take a personification idea, right? He's abusing Master Muhammad. So he's the one going to take vengeance on him. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. You got to start learning mathematics, because they got this nebulous thing, everything's invisible, misregard kind of stuff, and then even Christianity taking those steps further. You won't be no consequence. You being Jesus, and the consequence, that's bullshit. Every action has an opposite reaction. The only thing is, if I don't react to what you did, it's going to come back to you. But the way it's supposed to be, it's supposed to come back to you direct from me. I'm the personification of who you did it to. But it could come back to you another way, right? If I refuse not to return it, but that's still, if I refuse not to punch you back in the mouth, I refuse not going to do it, right? Okay, and then you walk and sit in my house, punch you in the mouth. Really, it's still me doing it. Why? Because I gave it that quality. I said, well, I'm not going to let him do it. I'll move on, bro. So that's what they're going to get the most grievous chastisement. Because he's lying on Master Farmer, he's lying on Elijah too. Because if you read Exodus, they're the ones that turned against them. The God turned against, say he's going to get rid of Aaron and his people. Moses said, well, give me a favor, let me go down and check it out. And then he got down, he got mad, and he tried to burn them up. You see? So the thing is, the consequence was being dammed up, because they didn't get the consequence that Moses gave them. You see what I'm saying? So it was 42 years later. You understand the idea of personification? Otherwise, there'd be the consequence along the way They say, well, Farrakhan, he got that cancer and everything. Well, they say, nothing happens without the will of Allah. Doesn't say that. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. So anyway, give her. So this is about to happen, brothers and sisters. I'm not going to go into the details. I want to get to the main point. See, because it said we can only store up all this bullshit for 4 years, 400 years. We couldn't take it anymore for 400 years. Now we're about to explode. So now it's going to now get, because everything they've done, now it's time to give back to them. So who's getting? That means it was held back. Who's holding it back? Go tell us, because if we're going to do it unto them, we did to us, and they already got the consequence for it, then we'd be unjust. If they already saw the consequence what they did to us by having bad luck or whatever, then they already saw the consequence. Then we'd be unjust doing this. That means, understand personification, that means we had to come from us. That's why we personify everything, right? So it's clearly where it's coming from. Because otherwise, if you didn't, it just come from nebulous means. You just get bad luck, have some other kind of way. It's much more to that, but I'm going to leave it alone, brothers. Anyway, this is about to happen. Now, all they done to us, Farrakhan don't want that to happen. Oh, I don't want nothing to happen to them. Why? Because it's going to happen to him too. Why? Because he's been robbing the nation. Okay? So you got to pay that back. And all those people with him, if he's robbing the nation, he's giving the money that he's robbed. You get it? They're all going to pay. Learn mathematics, brothers and sisters. We move on. I say much more. I'm going to keep it short. I get to the main point here. I mean, I could talk for hours just on this. The Death Star. Let's just go to. Okay, we'll get to the wheel, brothers and sisters. Okay, I want to show you here. Now, remember, the angel, what you call Revelations, is sealed. Elijah Muhammad never claimed he broke those seals, never did match from it, because only the Lamb would do it. That's one way you identify him. Because Mr. Cudby, the only one to break them. We're going to get to that in a while, in a few minutes. So the seal was broken 1999, about 35 years ago. And so this is the key here, because they talking about first like a lion, then a calf, then a face man. He had 6 wings. 6 times 4 is 24. That we're going to talk about in a minute. And then he had the 7 spirits. So, and that's the key to unlock it. Because they didn't even know that was a key, but this is the key. Right? Okay. Remember, first like a lion, then a calf. Each one has 6 wings. Right? So this lion has 6 lion. So it'd be 7 altogether. Because the lion, they have 6 wings, it'd be 7 parts altogether, right? And this has 6 wings, the calf, face of man, and an eagle. This represents Africa, this represents Asia, this represents the Orient, and this represents Europe. This is the original nation right here, which got corrupted from 400 years of rape, and that's no story. So here it is, and then go and I define all these. I'm just here. I just define this one. That these we represent. One represent Britain, that's God, Magog, and one represents America is Magog. That's also Adam and Eve, right? And this is Russia, and all these 4 represent Earth. That's why I said 1/4 Earth, all represent Earth, and this is called mid-heavens. Between this represents the heavens, and this is called mid-heaven, and the angels flying mid-heaven. That's the Shia, right? So they're like match from Muhammad, original on the inside and Caucasian on the outside. Okay. And here's the spirits. Now they was all gold originally, according to this here, but then it got corrupted because under Holocaust, right, it was raped so much that half the blacks in America are really demons, black-faced devils, right? Mankind, skin folk. And see, as we put this together, this is a tree that was brought in over. And so now, except was spread across all the nations. And so now you got the full key, Mr. Key. Now you got to identify who all these wings represent. Now these two these two wings here represent Japan, right? And it says Master Muhammad right here, which spreads out, he'd be here's Japan. And that's where he said he built the wheel at. This represents Orient right here. This is where he said he built the wheel at. Goes Japan. He had a Japanese piloting it. Remember, he had to teach him how to pilot. He was his design. He figured out. He put it together. He had to teach him. He had to get the best science in the world to put it together. It was designed, right? And then to be able to fly. He not flying those planes himself. They teach him how to. Right? So now if they don't know anything and they're hard-headed and difficult and won't listen to one, right? They knows what good with planes be. They be bumping each other, crashing, and everything else. That's the problem Suleiman would have. He would have to have his priests, right, the minister under him. He said he'd make his ministers flames of fire. But we get that sometime in the future because it don't happen right now. Anyway, that's what's going on here. Let's move on. I'm giving, now I didn't realize it's not breaking seals. But put it together, so that's exactly what Elijah said. He said he would be close to Japan and so that it kind of like backs up the right key because this angel key reveals everything, just about everything. Let's move on. Again, there's that. So, go on to the next one. Okay, here they broke it out, right? Now the key takes this form also. Okay, let's move on. And like now I don't show it here. I'm gonna show. Well, I'll show the next one. The top two wings of each one represents the Islamic part. The bottom two wings usually represents the not the Christian but the Catholic part of that nation. So this represents the nation, and so this the Asian nation here, right? This the calf, golden calf, the Asian nation, and the Islamic part of the Asian nation is the Sunni Arabs. They see Abraham too out his wife. I forgot her name, right? See, but remember, it was Ishmael. He didn't get the inheritance. He's dead there, though. He betrayed his brother into slavery. That's the golden part, the golden calf. The golden calf is Aaron having worshiping Sunniism. That's what he's doing to Scientology, Sunniism. Okay, let's move on. Okay, here I'm showing the gold. Oh, well, no, I'm showing here. Also the gym, but I'm not going to go into that right now. Go ahead and fix that. I'm showing the gold now. Top part is the gold. Each gold part of each nation. The top part is the golden part, the Islamic part. Okay, see here? Now, this is the European nation, remember? And they have control of all other nations. This way Ezekiel saw. Remember, we saw it like an eagle, like a lion, a calf, right? That's what he saw. He didn't see the mother plane. That's Elijah's mistake. He saw this. He saw Adam, the power of Adam, Gog and Magog, how powerful and dreadful they would be during their rule. Because they got control of all the nations, right? And you can't make this up, bro. Since this is angel key, remember this whole part. This represents Britain here. What Britain didn't Britain have domination over the Middle East and India? There it is right there. Didn't they? And during that same period, didn't the Europeans colonize Africa? Didn't they have control of Africa? Didn't they have control of the Middle East? And then look at here. Russia, right? They became Soviet Union, right? And they had ideological control. Remember, they had domination here. colonization here, ideological control here, because Vietnam, China, Korea, communism. That's the ideological control. Soviet Union. That's where they got it from. And what about here? Here's America. That's us. They got control of us. These didn't do that. These Shia didn't indulge in capitalism. I mean, indulge in colonialism and that kind of stuff. The original is on the outside, the inside, and just right on the outside, like Master Muhammad. See what I'm saying? And he's saying they say he's God as well. He controlling all of this. Right now, they're showing he's actually controlling America. They say, oh no, they controlling them. See what I'm saying? That's the story, brothers and sisters. That's not a coincidence. And that's the will that he saw how terrible that will would be. Have they, for the last 5 years, they've been terrible. They've been dreadful. Look what they did to us. That's the will he saw. He didn't see, because the actual mother plane ain't, it's not like a lion, a calf. It's pure, well, I'm not going to say pure metal, but it ain't that. So this gets back, I wasn't going to do this, but I'm going to quickly. It says, if you read it, chapter 11 said these are witnesses, they've been on foot of the nation for 42 months, right? 3.5 years. That's the JCPOA. They're on foot of the nations under UN, right? And they have 2.5 years, right? It says that tree will be broken. That's when Trump broke it. 3.5 years. They start rising up. They start rising up, right? And then keep rising. And you hear what now? This is what they are right now. They're in conflict with America. Who's over there? America, Britain, and false Israel. What's control of it? And they're at war with them right now. They're at a pause, right? Like one's angels, right? And that's why right now is where we are in time. And they're going to defeat them and throw them out of the region and take false Israel under siege. This is when they're going to attack us when it's all stored all together, brothers and sisters. Forces are going down to siege. They had to control the Middle East. American Britain's kicked out. That's the short version, brothers and sisters. Okay, now we'll go to another story here. Now, I'm gonna get to what's the background on this wheel. There's two sides of it. Okay, now this here, see that person right there? Now, in general, that's what the first God most likely looked in that particular form. What are you talking about? He's a man. Really? Does it really say that? First God. Now you got a time edition. I'm not going into the details, brothers and sisters. But we keep, the universe keeps changing. We got to keep changing form, stay in sync with it. Otherwise, we get out of sync with it, and we can't be successful. We get destroyed. We stay in sync. Elijah Muhammad mentioned it in a different way. He says we're like chameleons or whatever. We keep just something to that effect. But the universe openly closes, and as it expands, the energy that used to be here is out there now. So with less energy, we have to keep changing form to adjust to that situation. So 6 trillion years ago, when we 6 trillion years, it was like this. 6 trillion years ago, they said about the moon and all this stuff. I'm not going into those details, but that's when we decide, right, to separate into two forms because we couldn't stay in that form anymore. Now, for 6 trillion years, how do we produce ourselves? Well, they're going to tell you, well, God looked inside and pulled a woman out. Yeah, that might go off in Disney World, but it makes no sense. If that's the case, then why we got breasts? Or we pulled a woman out, but we left breasts in? That means we had to have, if we couldn't pull out, she was part of us. So, and I can't say she's part of us, because we were the same. We just one body. And how you reproduce yourself. A male can't produce himself in this form. He need a womb and all that stuff, right? Okay. So this was probably the male, the strength and the beauty, reproduction system, everything in one being. One being. Because the male right now can produce the seed for both. He still have both properties in the male. But he can produce seed for both, male and female. I'm going to go into more detail all the time. That showed both. That showed both sets was both. Both is in us. We didn't pull one out. Then we separated. It's a difference. Because both is equal. That's why it says, let's make man in our likeness and our image. Because when they say man, when they use the word man, they talking about both genders. It's the language that messed up. I don't think it had a problem in Arabic. But in English, because they say woman, because they got that from Adam, because Adam, he was made according to them, and then the woman was afterthought. But if you say if Adam was made, was he supposed to live forever? Because he wasn't supposed to live forever, and the woman was afterthought. Then what kind of physiology he had? Because he had to reproduce himself, wouldn't he? See, you want to ask these type of questions. Right? And they ain't say he just changed his form when they pull the woman out. They put from a rib, according to them. But the other one, that's not the same one. My voice is going. The other situation is that they said, let's make man our likeness and image, male and female. So when they say man, they talking about both. Let's make man our image, like male and female, right? Equal. So let's make man, right? So they say man in the Bible, they told them they include both. Right? Okay. So that's most likely the basic form. But our form was dramatically different way back. But anyway, for our practical purpose, look at from where we look, the form we have right now, that's probably the form of the original being. Okay? And we know, then we separate. I'm not going into details about that, brothers and sisters. I'll talk about that other time. I got a presentation to explain all that. But let's go. See. Then what we do? Okay? Then we separate out. And we put all the beauty, reproduction, and she got that part. We didn't do it. We didn't put it in there. We separated, and we got the strength. And she got the beauty. Boy, she beauty. These sisters, boy. I can't. If people say, you on drugs or something? Yeah. I'm on drug. You know my name, my drug? The original black woman. I'm hooked. Right? Addicted. Right? There's no cure. They cured Farrakhan, though, didn't they? Cured his ass dramatically. Yeah, they fixed his ass. That's what. So now you got that. Okay. Put it back together. Eventually, we'll come back together again. Gender. And how we know it's connected to the moon? Because, right, the emotional side of us, she took most of the emotion. She have to have enough male in her to communicate with us. We have enough female in us to communicate with her. That's why we should have breasts. We should have emotions. She have emotions. But she's tied to the moon. Show you that happened during the time of the moon. That's what it's all about. I know it, transformatory lies or whatever, but it wasn't about that was about dissatisfaction with that. That's the bottom line, but that's the result of it. Move on, brothers and sisters. Well, I'm telling you because it's 2 times in our history that we bring things out of us to keep adjusting. We brought the birds out of us, like from one life, or like the cross said, from one life, all life came. Because as we keep adjusting, so we take those down. Like, the original being had all the responsibilities of all the life you see right now. What the bees do, what the flies do, all that stuff, what the birds do, what the plants do, all that kind of stuff was in the original being. That original being here is responsible for everything. And then as universe expand, you have less energy, you start pulling, like take a rubber band, you pull it, it's trying, piece pop off, and then everything relaxed. It's dissatisfied, was real tense, and then so first little things, more complicated things, until you got down to the end, and we brought something out that's almost like us. That's why I said they have our form, but now our power. That's the devil's. That's the most complicated, right, that we brought out of us. But we didn't bring the female out of us. That's separation. We have two parts here that we actually do a separation. Right? It's on the physical side, and then we do one on the mental side. See? And the timing has to be right, because we couldn't have done this before 63 because it wouldn't have worked. Because it would have been out of sync with the universe and it wouldn't work. So we had to work the right timing for this to happen. And so when it gets to the mental side, when we can do that, we have to be on intense tension to be able to make that separation. Right? I'm going to get into that separation in a minute. That's what happened. Eventually, that's time 63 years from now, we'll probably come back together again and then start the whole process over again. You understand? Hope you understand this, brothers and sisters. Right? Okay. So it's 2 times history where this happened. We actually separating 2 beings. Other time it's just evolution, which pulls things out of us. Right? More complicated, more things. As the tension becomes greater and greater and greater, we pull greater things out of us until we got to the point where we pulled everything we could pull out. We have an energy to do anything, so we lost control of ourselves, lost control of everything. That's where we are right now. But now the energy is coming back. Momentous in the heavens and earth, but it come all of a sudden. So like every 50 years, I talked about this in the past, we start being energized, and now we're at the cusp of another 50 years. 1860s, 2020s, 1960s, 1920, 2020, right here. Something dramatic is getting ready to happen, brothers and sisters. It's come to you all of a sudden. If I start, I'm just getting highlights. So, and you've been paying attention, you can put this together. I have a presentation that explains this stuff. Here you go. Now see here, the brain has 2 sides. The crown had 2 sides to it. One side is called an analytical side, one kind of spatial side. It's like the original being had 2 genders. There was no gender before that. And see, that's another thing, that's another hint there, because Arabic is the most gender language on the planet. It probably is. Everything has a gender. It's male, female, everything. Not like English or anything else, right? But before the separation came about, that language wasn't like that, because there wasn't any gender. See what I'm saying? And I just said the thing was there was a change in language, and the people didn't want to change. That would cause a dramatic change in language. The most dramatic change of all. Arabic is the oldest language there is, the only language. Not the only, but only real language, put it that way. So he got 2 sides, the analytical side and the spatial side. The analytical side is very technical. The spatial side is very creative. That's where you get be and it is. Spatial side is the be. It is, that's another hint. See, they tell you that be it is. Why I say be it is? Because the be is the creative side and the technical side is, right? That makes it happen. The be comes the idea, the blueprints, the other one brings to existence. 2 sides of your brain, spatial and analytical. Right? So you operate, right? Just like the original being, both, and that being had both. It could reproduce the sperm and the egg. So this is what we did. In this case, we separated, right? And so we separated the spatial. Now, you don't have half a brain, you got a full brain, but the whole brain is spatial. Just a little bit analytical, so you communicate with this one. And this whole brain here is analytical. So it's like, like instead of having right and left hand, left hand is weaker than your right hand. I mean, for most people, right? What if put all that stress in just one hand? Bam, look how powerful that hand would be. And you put all the strength in that to one hand. That's what's happening here. So now the spatial brain, the whole brain is dedicated spatial. So it's very spatial, very, 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 very creative, right? And black folks are the most creative people on the planet. Proof of that is music, but it's more to it than that, but I'm not going to get to that, brothers and sisters. And the technical side, that's what we did. Dr. Shabazz emphasized the spatial side. Dr. Yakut emphasized the technical side. And I need to say this. Okay, when we did that separation, right, you always had some like they call like after birth or something, right? Where you got the male and you got the female. Remember, and one that and the male has to have enough female in him to be able to communicate with the female. The female has to have enough male in her to communicate with, so they communicate with each other. Goes here, but then but the status, well, that there's, I don't know what you call it, fallout or whatever. Then you got some beings that don't have that. They're all male. Don't have any female, and they don't have any enough to communicate. So, and they're all able. This one, all male. And somebody says, you know, homosexuality, you call it whatever you want to call it. They're all male. They don't have any connection with the female, and we get rid of them. We have some of that going on today, right? Because that's what devils are. See, the point is, the devils, they can't communicate with us. That's why they do us what they like to do us. They have no infinite anything for us because they're extreme. They're all technical. They're very technical. But they have no spatial, no creative ability. No creative ability. Plus, they attack the spatial because they can't communicate with it. They have no connection. They attack it. Okay? Then you got the spatial, all spatial, like these preachers, right? They'll say, "Hey, I ain't worried about it. The G's take care of it." Well, you know, that's a spatial idea, but it doesn't make any nothing. It doesn't create anything. It's right. Anyway, we gotta give it both of them because neither one of them have any value. Now, I think I probably need to go in there a little more depth another time. That's another way of looking at this. But the point is that you got the extremes. See? And so the devils, they're on the extreme because they can't communicate. They have no connection to us. You got the other one, they have no connection to the devils. Right? But no. Well, no. Who said that? Oh, that means that got to be y'all. Hate the devils. You never say hate the devils. They did to us. But I know why they was made. That's why Muhammad's got a little devil in him, right? And we all got a little, right? I mean, he's got a little, wait a minute. Yeah. His father was original, his mom's a devil. And to this process over here, all of us got a little devil in us. Only I will know for now. You see what I'm saying right here? So now you got super spatial. You got super technical. Full brain now, I'm just showing how to split. And so how you know that? Because that's why they tell you things. They say the angel, what you call Revelation, is a book, and it's a spatial book. Spatial means very, complicated. It says nobody could do it but the Lamb. They had it, devils couldn't touch it. Remember, they couldn't touch it. Because they don't have that, they have no spatial. It's totally technical, have no spatial at all, no creative ability. They couldn't touch it. Not even any of it. They say they couldn't touch it in there 2,000 years. So it takes a powerful creative brain to do that. And then you see Master Muhammad got this technical plane, dreadful plane that no, they can't touch on the analytical side. Technical side, they can't touch it. So on the spatial side, they can't touch the angel. They work together. Like the male and the female work together. It being it is. So we did that so we'd be more powerful. Our minds, our brains be more powerful. Well, like when you separate the genders, now the man is more strong. That being is more stronger than the original being. He's got all that strength. Female got a little strength. He got all that strength, and she's more beautiful than the original being because all that beauty is in her. But she sacrificed strength, and we sacrificed beauty. But we got all this strength. She got all that beauty. But we went together. But now we're really one being. Same thing here. And so, and that's the sign there. Because no, they said they can't, they have no idea what they're playing. They have no idea. They said they can't touch it. But they're very technical. And they can't touch the angel. That's what it's all about, brothers and sisters. See? And that, I keep talking about the weapons, but this is part of it right here. Because you got two sides. You got the mental side, you got the physical side. Physical side represents technical. Matter of how much see this whole, you got two sides here. It says mental war, right? Angel blows away that because it sprays everything. Blow. He's got to give everybody their minds back. That's on the mental side. Blow the minds back. Perfect mind. Right? See? And that blows away their minds. Because their mind can't compete with it. It blows away. The angel blows away. So it's a mental war. It blows everything away. Man, that's the system, this whole reality. Right? But that will blows away all the technical side, all that military, all that physical side, blows it all away. See what I'm saying? That's two work together. That's what's going on here, brothers and sisters. Because this is not blowing away the technical side. We can't take the engine blow away tanks and planes and all that kind of stuff. We blow away the minds that operates those things. He blows away those things. That's the battle on two levels. Master Muhammad, he's commanding the battle against this technical world. With all their military, everything is technical. And he blows away the ideological world, mental world, it's religion, all that bullshit. That's the two. That's going on. See, and they can't touch either one. Both weapons up. Yeah, he built that will. He trained the people who operated. They said Suleiman, he couldn't find anybody to work with him. He just did it himself. And he ministers, but he would have ministers, but that would be happening after, I guess, once we get to war. So he would have ministers like flame of fire, but if you think about it, it tells you, it says, the first will be last and last will be first. So people that come first, they end up being last. They ain't doing anything, they couldn't keep up. And the ones coming last will be first. So those going to be the flames of fire, because they're going to get it, and they're going to get the message. And it's all about priorities, manage your energy. They didn't want to manage it. They didn't want it. They had other things in their mind. They didn't vote the energy to the angel. They devoted 100% energy and angel. They didn't. So maybe they're foot cells. Foot cells don't vote on energy to the brain, right? But the energy to the feet. The brain cells, they put the energy totally to the angel. They move on, brothers and sisters.
Five.
somebody played with this, brother. I never had this happen ever. Somebody had to do this. I don't know why I was doing that. How they got in and did that. Okay, whatever.
One. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast.
Okay, this gets back to messing the covenant. See, because like so, you got this Exodus. So those people that's deceived, they self-deceived. Because if you just create this basic, it's sealed. But if you just read that, the basic story of Exodus, you can't go wrong on that. Just read on, because it said the God will come. We said, okay, if you say you were Elijah, right? He said, God, yeah, and you said, I believe that. That's from Muhammad. He came and raised Elijah. You said, Moses, that's Elijah. You said, yeah, I'll go along with that, right? And he's before some years, well, he did. And he had somebody named Aaron with him, right? That the God didn't anoint. Because if you read the story, the God said, you don't need him. He got actually angry. Moses even asked him for him. But he said he relented, so okay, that's what you want. You got him. And then after Moses depart, this Aaron would run for about 40 years. And what did he do? He was number of trouble. He was a hypocrite, a liar. He tried to turn people back towards Egypt, back towards the devils. Tried to turn their hearts back towards the devils. He didn't want to leave. Had people run around the wilderness for 4 years. And then he died in the wilderness. He never made the promised land. So he wasn't the Messiah because he claimed he was. And then after his 40 years, then Joshua came on the scene. And Joshua had been there all the time because he was with Moses. So he'd been there all the time doing Aaron's reign. But they don't mention him because it was after his 40 years, then it was the nation was turned over to Joshua. And he was the one that was to take the people home. He's the Messiah. That's what it says right here. And after the death of Moses, serving the Lord, came to pass the Lord spake to Joshua, not Aaron, right? See? So it said, and he was the one that succeeded Moses. He's the one who took the people home. See? It says, Moses, my servant, is dead now. Therefore, arise, go over this Jordan, thou, my people, unto the land. See, and that's again, Pharaoh kind of said, we ain't going nowhere. This is God taking Joshua's going to take him, because Aaron ain't going to take him anywhere. Right? So, read at your leisure, brothers and sisters. On the second one.
5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses, so I will be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. 6. Be strong and of a good courage, for unto this people shalt thou divide for an inheritance the land, which I swear unto their fathers to give them. 7. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee, turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success. 9. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage, be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed, for the Lord thy God is with thee whithersoever thou goest.
So who is this Joshua? They don't talk about Joshua. But it's right there. They talk about the God, Master Muhammad. They talk about the messenger, Elijah Muhammad. They talk about Aaron. And then they stop cold right there. Cold. And for them, it ain't going to be it's no messenger of the covenant because they said we ain't going nowhere. God's the Messiah. That's it. We're going to stay here. Who is this then? So it stops right there. So remember, Exodus don't stop there. Exodus go. And they cut off right there. Bam. Stop right there, Aaron. And then where's Aaron going? Aaron dies right there in the wilderness. And what happened? The story ends there. The story goes to Joshua, and this happens. He's the Messiah that takes you home. But they don't mention him. They never mention it at all. They don't mention the covenant. They don't mention the fact we're going home and where. They don't mention any of that. Why? Because it doesn't apply to Pharaoh. It doesn't apply to Aaron. He's a devil. His father's a devil. He's a demon. He don't want you to go anywhere because he's living off of you. Let's move on, brothers and sisters.
And they answered Joshua, saying, All that thou commandest us we will do, and whithersoever thou sendest us, we will go. 17 According as we hearkened unto Moses in all things, so will we hearken unto thee, only the Lord thy God be with thee, as he was with Moses. 18 Whosoever he be that doth rebel against thy commandment, and will not hearken unto thy words in all that thou commandest him, he shall be put to death. Only be strong and of a good courage.
Talking about those lies I was talking about, Wesley and Ben X and all Eric, all those guys, right? It says if they don't hearken, they should put to death. Say, who's it be? Doth rebel? Don't hearken? These words? They got a hard day coming. Hard days because they, actually that's too good for them. Put to death. Then you put them out to misery. You need to make an example.
'94. They said, O Dhul Karnain. Gog and Magog do mischief in the land. May we then pay thee tribute, on condition that thou raise a barrier between us and them?
Let's go into Gog and Magog. Remember that mothership, the one that Ezekiel saw, was Gog and Magog. Right? And that's when I was telling you how trouble they would be for their rule. Adam, he'll rule, mischief blood. Right? And tells you in Angel or Revelation 20, Gog and Magog go out and see the whole world after they was locked down in pit for 1,000 years, which is European history. That's they would see the whole world. That's one thing to see the whole world about. That. Because that's European history. Gog and Magog is two European powers that will come out and control the whole world after 1,000 years being locked down. Magog means the mother of Gog, so Gog came out of Magog. That's American Britain. There's only been two European world powers. Okay? So that's what that's taught. That's what Ezekiel saw. That will that would be in control. Not Master Muhammad's will.
'96. Even when Gog and Magog are let loose and they sally forth from every elevated place. 97. And the true promise draws nigh, then lo, the eyes of those who disbelieve will be fixedly open. Oh, woe to us! Surely we were heedless of this, nay, we were unjust.
The jinn, but other things too. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers. Anyway, Gog and Magog. Quran talks about that be let loose. So we're in time of Gog and Magog. But now that 40 years over, so now the battle begins. Right? between Gog and Magog, and the Messiah and the Mahdi. That's from Muhammad is Mahdi. Messiah is also, that's what Jesus, the Christ is a Greek word. It's a Greek word for Messiah. And Joshua is Messiah. And we can prove that. And when later on, when you get to the part where it talks about Jesus, pay close attention to that. That shows who Joshua is.
"14. Happy the washing the robes of them, in order that will be the authority of them upon the wood of the life, and to the gates they might enter into the city. 15. Outside the dogs and the druggers and the fornicators and the murderers and the idolaters and everyone liking and doing lie. 17. And the Spirit and the bride are saying, Be you coming, and the hearing let him say, Be you coming, and the thirsting let him be coming, the willing let him take water of life free gift. 18. I am bearing witness to everyone the hearing the words of the prophecy of the little book this, if ever anyone should impose upon them, will impose the God upon him the plagues the having been written in the little book this. 19. And if ever anyone should take off from the words of the little book of the prophecy this, will take off the God the part of him from the wood of the life and out of the city the holy, of the having been written in the little book this.
When saying you can't miss this prophecy, angel is a weapon. It's like the mother plane is a weapon. Destroy this reality, the mind, this mind. He's destroy the physical side of this, the technical side. And designed for first a certain wavelength, certain frequency, right? With spatial minds out there. That's the ones we want. As for Muhammad, he's going to get the technical minds. That's the Shia. He's going to get them. If you read the study Angel Key, I don't get them, he get them. I get spatial minds. And so if his people ain't paying attention and they sleeping or getting high or going to sleep, those planes be crashing. They bumping into things. See? You don't see that. They're working perfectly. And he had to train them. But that Suleiman couldn't find anybody to train. They couldn't do anything with him. Say, look. So he said he did it by himself. But see, Master from Muhammad, he had to be trained. Otherwise, he only had one plane because he got a lot of planes there. So he had to train all those people. They had to be done. They had to do everything exactly right, like Elijah Muhammad said, right and exact, right down to modern times. That's where we do things. But you got to be, and it takes 100% to get. Like I said, it's how you manage your energy. If you manage this world's life, then you're not going to. You don't have the energy to do this. If you want this, you want the angel. It costs. It's a price for it. It takes so much energy to have to get it. Suleiman, that's why he got it, because he invested. He didn't even know he was doing that, right? He invested, so he had enough. That's what it says. It says, what's the word they use? Worthy. They didn't say he's able. He's the only one worthy. That means he was the only one that would invest his energy to do that. That's worthiness, not able, because you all are able, but you're not worthy because you don't give a fuck about it. Because if you did, then you invest in it. You can tell how, like I said, you can tell what preacher treasure is what they focus on. what they focus on. That's why you can tell what's the value to a person, what they focus on. So if angel was of value to them, then they put all the energy in that. So they haven't, that's why they can't get it. And that's why it says he was worthy. Because all the spatial people had ability. The devils don't have ability. But he was the only one who was worthy. Because they didn't want to do it. And so they got one last shot, the tribulation. If they don't do it then, they won't make it. Okay? And some people, some people get upset. It's like like they kill prophets, and the prophets just trying to tell them how to save themselves. They kill the prophet, why? Because they don't like what he's saying, but right? But you got to tell them the truth because they were trying to save them. So they don't like, oh man, let's kill this. Whatever. Okay, let me read this, brothers and sisters. If one made, this is Mass Farmer's lesson. Follow this carefully. If 1/100th of a cubic inch contains 200 million atoms. Don't get lost in the details here, but you should know them. If 1/100th of a cubic inch contains 200 million atoms. Now, this was really a time where they wasn't that up on atoms. They didn't know about nuclear weapons. They didn't know about nuclear bombs. They didn't know about nuclear fission. It was the 30s. They didn't develop a nuclear bomb until in the late 40s. Well, I mean, mid-40s, right? And you wonder how they get the idea, because like Mom said, they took all the information from them. So I asked some questions. Anyway, the bottom line, even the idea of atomic bomb wasn't even, because I remember, I don't remember, I went back. But you see the old movies, like the old Flash Gordon movies and stuff like that there? And they were science fiction, but they had lasers, they had light beams, all that kind of stuff. But atomic bombs, nothing like death rays and all that kind of stuff, right? So 1/100th of a cubic inch contains 200 million atoms. A total atmosphere weighs 11 and 2/3 trillion pounds. That's getting control of the atmosphere. I'm not going to get to that right now, but I'm going to get to another part of this. Right? So, because I tell you, you control the atmosphere too, but we all divided. Right? It's like we all pulling. You got a big circle. Everybody's pulling their. If they work together, they could. Right? Okay. If 1/100th of a cubic inch contains 200 million atoms, the atmosphere weighs 11 and 2/3 quintillion pounds. 1/3 of 11 and 2/3 quintillion pounds equal atoms. Mr. Muhammad cracked one. This part. Pay attention. Mr. Muhammad cracked one atom into 10 million parts. Mr. Muhammad cracked one atom into 10 million parts. Then Ms. Sharif wants to know how much the 1/3 of a cracked atom weighs. How much does a third of a cracked atom weigh? Now, Farrakhan's going to tell you what that means. Ben X, none of these clowns have any idea what that means. He's talking about a nuclear explosion right there. A time when that wasn't even in the ideas. Want me to prove for you? Okay. What is weight? Isn't weight force? When you talk about gravity, you call force weight. Because weight is how much force you put on the floor. Weight is force. So if you change, say, 1/3, say, how much does 1/3 of a cracked atom, how much, to know how much 1/3 of a cracked atom's force is? Not weight, it's force. It's an explosion. A nuclear explosion. That's what you crack atoms to get a nuclear explosion. Don't you just wait the force, and then you get it. I mean, I understand it with weight, but if you don't understand weight, understand weight, force, same thing. And if you could crack the atom, right, into all those parts, that's a nuclear explosion. That he's telling Elijah Muhammad about nuclear explosion. In fact, before anybody knew anything about it. See, that mother plane is not nothing to fuck around with. The man's a technical, more than technical, he's a technical God. And I'm going to show you a little while, a year ago, over in the Middle East, and we got a picture of it. They showed it in the segment report. He had one of his smaller ships flying around over in the Middle East. And they saw it, and they shot a Hellfire missile at it, hit it, bam, square on. And the thing went on like didn't even matter. And the thing blew up. The missile blew up. It hit it. It didn't miss a hit. And it didn't do anything to it. See, We got two things here. They're going to attack us. First, we got to get our people our mind back and destroy their mind. The angel is to give our people mind back and destroy their mind. Destroy this whole reality. Make all things new. First, got to destroy this. And matter of fact, is take the technical side. Because their military, everything is a technical side. So you got bombed and everything to blow all this shit up. Destroy it. Two sides of this. So that two work together, Lamb and the God. That's the mother plane. That's the bullshit Pharaoh talking about. Jerusalem coming out. That's not the mother plane. That's something that's altogether different. You know, and you keep for that. We ain't gonna live on it. It's a dreadful plane, and it's so powerful. Like I said, they hit it with their best missile, and it didn't do anything. It hit it. It didn't miss it, hit it. It didn't do anything to it. Like they went like when nothing happened. That was a nice spring afternoon. See? Because that's not my job. My job is not to take down their technology. Take down the mind that drives that technology. The planes that take care of it, it's two together. Remember, spatial and analytical. You take down the analytical, right? All the atomic bombs, all that kind of stuff. Take all that out. Understand? You just destroy the mind that's driving it. Two working together. Two sides of the brain. One's both more powerful than the original one was. That's what's going on. It's a nuclear explosion. Look at it again. If you don't believe me, look at it again. Where is that? That's exactly a nuclear explosion. They split atoms, right? Get explosion. They didn't know anything about that back in the 30s when he gave that to Elijah Muhammad. This ain't no joke. See, they don't believe in mass from Muhammad. That's why they say all that shit they say. They put it out and say, yeah, we Elijah Muhammad because you supposed to believe in it, so they fool with you. But this proves that mass Muhammad is who he is. And you don't fuck around with him. You know, a nuclear explosion when they had no idea of this stuff. Crack the atom, how much does it weigh? How much force does it have? Boom! Brothers and sisters. Now this is it. Farrakhan, he wants to say it. Remember, I'm going to show you some of the stuff he's saying, right? Why is the devil selling the best part of planet Earth? Because the earth belongs to the original black man, not black man. And knowing that devil is wicked and there would not be any peace among them, he put them out in the worst part of the earth, kept the best part reserved for himself since he made it. But Farrakhan wants to stay in the worst part because he's one of them. We ain't going nowhere. Why would you? They're in the worst part. This part is in Arabia. That's where it says, that's Matt Muhammad says right there, that's where we going, back to Arabia. Farrakhan, we ain't going nowhere. So who is lying here? He claims he represents Matt Muhammad. So who's lying here? And tell you, who's the colored man? He said, the colored man, okay, is the devil. So they ain't sitting on the worst part, and we're here with him, and we're going to return to the best part. But Farrakhan said, we ain't going nowhere. So who is the fucking liar here? You hang with, you got your finger here, Farrakhan's ass, keep it there. Well, it's probably pretty mellow nowadays, right? Because he's shitting piss in the bag, so it may be sunny. It may be, sunny and pleasant up there right now. I don't know what's going on. I don't want to know. You sleep it up there. Have fun. Right? Well, you can't leave it too long. You got to eat, right? Because now you're shitting piss in the bag. Well, you got to pull it out to go through the bag, right? Otherwise, that brown stuff that you call honey any more to eat on, is it? There's some sick shit over there. What's going to happen to him? Look, I was with Elijah. If Elijah, oh man, those clowns that came around when Elijah was around, ooh. That's some sick shit going over there, boy. They represent Elijah Muhammad, Master Muhammad. Why did Muhammad and any Muslim murder devils? Ooh. What is the duty of each Muslim in regard to 4 devils? What reward does a Muslim receive by presenting the 4 devils at one time? They ain't devils no more. They ain't devils. We love that, my brother. He ain't, what's that song? He ain't heavy, he's my brother. So Master Muhammad's a liar, right? They claim that they with him, right? And what was the sending? Well, because he is 100% wicked. All of them, 100% wicked, not 99.9. Will not keep nor obey the laws of Islam. Oh, God Frazier, he's with the will of Allah. Right? He's one will of Allah. He's my brother. We got time for it ain't about this. It's about those with the will of Allah. Oh, say, well, then Allah must be a damn liar, because that's what you're saying right here. That's what you're saying right here. Because he ain't obeying the laws of Islam, is he? Why don't you go over there, Popeyes, and get one of those pork sandwiches with him? See how eat one of them with him. He's your brother so much. His ways and acts are like a snake of the grafted type. So Muhammad learned that he could not reform the devils. So how can we make America good? How can we make America good? I would like to make America good. I don't want to see nothing happen to America. I love it here. So somebody's a goddamn liar here, ain't it? Somebody. But they claim they realized Master Muhammad. So, wait, Master Muhammad, how is he? What? He's about 100-some years old? Maybe he got Alzheimer's. Maybe he's got Alzheimer's. Maybe he forgot what he said and he got a new bag. Pop's got a new bag. Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe he ran to Farrakhan. Farrakhan done taught him. Hey, man, hey, Farrakhan, you got it wrong, man. Listen to me, I'm the Messiah. So maybe Farrakhan got it right and Farrakhan got it wrong. Maybe he got Alzheimer's, old man, right? All Muslims murdered, all Muslims murdered devil. They know he is a snake, and also, and I believe he would sting someone else. Each Muslim required to bring 4 devils and bring and present them 4 at a time. His was a button to wear, the lap of coat, and a free transportation in Holy City to see Brother Muhammad. You know what they're talking about right here? They're talking about the tribulation. That's what you got to do to get the free ticket, to get the ticket home. That's what you're talking about. Hey, I'm not. Move on, brothers and sisters. Okay, and whenever it should be ended 1,000 years, remember that 1,000 years, that's their history. They're trying to, remember they're going to deceive everybody. So they're telling you, no, that's their history. Because if you knew that was that 1,000 years, they was dark ages, you know who they are. Whenever it should be ended 1,000 years, because they would be under control of the resurrected Abrahamic Empire. Right? Suez had them under control for 1,000 years. Locked down the Middle East, locked down in Europe. Right? And loose Satan out of prison him and will go out to make earth a nation, all 4 corners of earth. Gog and Magog, lead them together in the war, which the number of the sand of the sea. Leading the war, that great Armageddon. And so the city having been loved, right? It said, right? They talk about Jerusalem. That's where they're going to meet their destruction when they surround Jerusalem. When you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, that's what we're talking about. And the city that haven't been loved, they talk about Jerusalem. Step down, fire of heaven, say, and they down them. They down who? They're talking about the people over there that God can make God shooting fire out of heaven, right? Because over there, they keep dropping bombs on the people over there, right? See, and step down fire heaven, and the devil would make them the earth was thrown into the lake of fire, thrown lake of fire, sulfur was wild beasts, right? They would torment day and night into ages and ages. That's what I said. When this war starts, when this war resumes, that's their ass. That's what it's talking about right there. They try to tell you, oh, that's the millennium, that's 1,000 years in the future, whatever. No, that's happened. Now God can make God's America and Britain. They went out and covered the whole planet, deceiving people. Part of deception is who they are. Other part is it's about this whole prophecy right here. They tell you that's the future. No, that's their history, European history. Okay, watch this, brothers and sisters. Now, what I'm trying to show here is they brought us over captivity. This is where we were when they brought us here. I'm trying to understand how vectors, how forces work. This is where we were, right? Okay. Trying to consider, like when you see the leaves moving, you know the wind's blowing. You don't have to see the wind, but you know the wind is something because the leaves ain't blowing by themselves. This is where we were, right? Example. And then they start pressing us. Buzzers start pressing us. And by prayer, they put force us, right? Start changing us. It's like put clay before, you know. See? Because you hate something, you change it. The more you hate, the more you change it. So they changed 100%. It means the haze 100%. If they loved us, they would left like we alone. You don't change something you love. They change 100%. That's what happened. So what's happening here? Now they start putting forth. They start pressing us and everything else. Force us to be like they want us to be. That we're in that form now because of them. Farrakhan tells us because of us. No, it's because of them. The force they put us, they force in this condition. They mold us in this condition because they hate us. We didn't do this. Farrakhan said we respond. We did this for ourselves. We brought ourselves over here and we started sitting and we tell ourselves as bitches and hoes and planks and punks, and we did that to ourselves. Because he's one of them. And he's trying to avoid the consequence by getting us to implode on ourselves that explode on them. Okay, so here now we're see, look at in jail, all messed up, right? And then to get back to where we were, even better, we got to reverse that force they put on us. That's a do to them as done to you. It's a force on us. Like you put a balloon down on the way, you put a balloon on the water, it's going to stay on the water, on your hole on the water. Only way that balloon come up, it's got to get rid of your foot. Or you got to move your foot out the way. You move your foot out the way, that balloon got to get rid of your foot. That's why I said doing them as done to you, because in order to get back to where we were, but it says double, so that means we'll be better than we was before. That's why I said double. Because to get back where we were, we got to reverse what they did to us. So we got to put it back on them. That's mathematics. Every action has an opposite reaction. So to return back to where we were, we got to take, we can't just do it out, we just do it ourselves. We can't. Clay can't just remake itself. It has reverse the process, like, you reverse a film. We got to reverse. That's why I said doing them as done to you. That's how we're going to recover back to where we were. Otherwise, we're going to stay like we are. You understand, brothers and sisters? And that's why I do double, so we be better than it was before. You understand? But you got to reverse it. Pharaoh said, no, we can't do nothing to them. We don't have nothing happen to them. We can't do anything they did to us. This whole ministry, this whole ministry is about stopping us from retaliating. Stop trying to stop the consequence of what they did. He's out there. Everything he says is trying to avert the consequence of what they did. Oh man, like somebody trying to keep him going to jail, man. I lie, anything. Everything said this. Well, I don't want to go nowhere. We ain't going nowhere, right? We can't do anything as did to us, or because he's one of them. Because he's going to pay the price too. Because he's part of it. He's a devil too, so he's going to suffer the consequence. You understand? Hope you understand. That's why we have to do it. Or we can't make ourselves whole. The only way to make ourselves whole, we got to reverse the process. Mighty will and that mighty angel destroy this reality, the mind, destroy that technical side, all of the military and all that stuff. So they come to fire. Fire burns your ass. Right? Fire hits you, you better be run as fast as fire. Right? Then the fire just keeps you warm. If you slow down, you're gonna get burnt. If you run 99% as fast as fire, you get 1% burns. At 90%, you get 10% burns. 50%, you get 50% burns. That's the way it is. I gotta tell people to understand it. They get burns, they don't understand why they get burns. Right? It's Master Prophet Muhammad, the dreadful plane, two working together. Will not fail. Okay, I'm gonna play this, brothers and sisters. Watch this.
I want to cue up a video that I've been given. And as before it starts, I'm going to describe, this was taken October 30th of 2024. This video is of an MQ-9 drone tracking an orb, or this object, off the coast of Yemen. You'll see that another MQ-9 launched a Hellfire missile. You cannot see that drone. And so I'm not going to explain it to you. You'll see exactly what it does. This is when it zoomed out, so you can still see it traveling. So, Mr. Knapp, do you have you heard about, events like this occurring? And what information might you have?
I have heard about events like this. I have heard about this event. Jeremy Corbell and I talked about it in one of our episodes a while back. We did not have the video, though. There are servers where there's a whole bank of these kind of videos that Congress has not been allowed to see, that the public hasn't been allowed to see. Occasionally, some of that stuff gets out in the wild, and it comes our way. It should be going to you. The public should be seeing this stuff. And why you're not allowed to, I don't know. But that's a Hellfire missile smacking into that UFO and just bounced right off. And it kept going.
It kept going, and it looks like the debris was taken with it.
Yeah, what the hell is that? What flies like that?
Again, I'm not going to speculate what it is, but the question is, why are we being blocked from this information consistently? I want to ask this just question. How in the world, this is the document, I want to enter this in for the record if it hasn't already been entered, Madam Chair. The document that you provided on thread 3, this is a huge file. How in the world did you smuggle this out of Russia?
Carefully.
In your socks?
I don't think I want to be really specific about it because I might have to go back there and get some more sometime. Although, no, that'd be crazy to do that. Well, I took the top pages off that were stamped with a security signature, and I carried them out on my person. But the rest of them, I just threw in my suitcase and threw some caviar in there as a distraction as well, and hoped for the best. Otherwise, I'd be a citizen of Siberia right now.
And you had, you reported James Lakatsky came to you with government possession of NHI craft and how they ultimately gained entry. Can you testify to the veracity of that claim?
Dr. Lakatsky is an honorable man who served most of his career with the DIA, a very trusted, high-level rocket scientist and intelligence analyst who inspired the OSAP program, as I said earlier. And in full disclosure, I've co-written 2 books with him. He dropped this on myself and our other co-author out of the blue. And it took 14 months for us to get DOPSR approval for him to release 2 sentences on that. He said this craft, we had managed to get inside of it. It had no wings, no rotor, no tail. It had no fuel tanks. They didn't know how it flew or how it was operated. It clearly looked like it was aerodynamic, but he would not go further. He's a by-the-book guy, and until he gets clearance to say more about that, I don't think we're going to hear much more. But it's not ours. It wasn't ours. We didn't make it. We didn't know who made it and how it was built and how it operated. We've got at least one, and I don't know. I think that's enough confirmation that we do have recovered discs and materials.
Lastly, Mr. Borland, in the classified realm, have you been exposed to undeniable confirmation of NHI technology? And then my second question is Base Systems involved in any way with reverse engineering exploitation of non-human intelligence craft?
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well,
I'm gonna get a long story here, brothers and sisters, but this here is this is something I found my DVR. I explained it yesterday. I'm not going to do it today. This is something I found my DVR. And one more, you tell me what you think it is. I had a thought that morning I was on the way to the gym. I was telling myself, I've never seen a UFO. It'd be nice if I had one, because this was about a couple of years ago. Right? So if I had, because then I'm talking about it. If I at least saw one, I took a picture or something, right? Because I'm sure it's there, but I have nothing to show anybody else. I like to prove everything I say and talk about, right? And so, not like I said, I DVR. I watch Fox News. Why watch Fox? That's nuts. I watched that. So I DVR. I came home from the gym and I turned on, and this is what I saw. So it's not Photoshop. Check it out. So you tell me where it is. The Lord consume the spirit of his mouth and destroy the brightness of the coming. Time's up, Falcon. Your time is up, buddy. That's what I got here, brothers and sisters. I think I'm going to close out here.
One. Now after the death of Moses the servant of the Lord it came to pass, that the Lord spake unto Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, To Moses my servant is dead, now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, thou, and all this people, unto the land which I do give to them, even to the children of Israel. 3. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, that have I given unto you, as I said unto Moses. 4. From the wilderness and this Lebanon even unto the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and unto the great sea toward the going down of the sun, shall be your coast. 5. There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life, as I was with Moses.
Already
so I will
filled this
be
well,
with thee.
sisters.
I will not. 16. 94. They said. 96. 14. Happy the washed. Come on, let us deal wisely with them, lest they multiply, and it come to pass, that, when there falleth out any war, they join also unto our enemies, and fight against us, and so get them up out of the land. They have said, Come, and let's wipe them out as a nation, so that the name of Israel will no longer be remembered.
Don't want you to know it's talking about you, brothers and sisters. That's why I put false Israel up there, so you don't realize they talking about you, because that's their plan. That's one thing that they're that's going on right now, right? Because they got America and they got Trump behind, right? Because one of the things they have, and they're telling you, is that, remember, they're devils too. They've been talking about us for years. And sometimes they don't pretend, like that poly guy, they don't reveal who they are. And when they get to talk about you, what their real plans are, they record that stuff. They be taping it. That's what they got for. That's one of the things they got for Trump right now. We got recorded when you saying this, that we reveal it. That's one of the things that happen. I'm not going into details. It's one thing. That's why. That's one of the reasons why they act like they acted, because false Israel got them by the ass. We can see y'all been saying this stuff about these niggas and all that. I mean, what y'all real plans are. That's that Pollard guy was all about, right? So we got you on tape. We want to tell these black folks what you really think about them. You really planning?
believe that America can be beautiful. How can America be made beautiful? Now, family, listen. My brother Imam Wadakuddin and I have had disagreement, but his followers and mine have never given each other as much as a bloody nose. Because in spite of our differences, there's a deep love in us. We don't like the things about our nation that is not good, but I don't want to live anywhere else. I want America to be made right. I don't want to see America go the way of Rome and Babylon and Sodom and Gomorrah. But why won't she go that way? If the men of religion and the women of religion keep silent.
"49. I am come to send fire on the earth, and what will I, if it be already kindled? 50. But I have a baptism to be baptized with, and how am I straitened till it be accomplished? 51. Suppose ye that I am come to give peace on earth? I tell you, nay, but rather division. 52. For from henceforth there shall be 5 in one house divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. 53. The father shall be divided against the son, and the son against the father, the mother against the daughter, and the daughter against the mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law.
When the Muslims were alive, I'll say it again. When the Muslims were alive, you dead as hell now on both sides.
Yes, sir, brother Minister. Yes, you are. Yes, sir. That's real, brother Minister. Both sides. That's real. Wake us up, dear Apostle.
When we was alive, we set up schools.
That's right.
When we were alive, we had supermarkets.
That's right. That's right.
We owned buildings.
That's right.
We owned farmland.
That's right.
We were busy doing something, hiring our people. Well, I'm telling the Muslims, damn it, if you don't come alive, you will die like you are. And I will say, thank you, Allah, because if they're not doing nothing on top of the earth, let the worms eat their ass.
We own no land here in America. Out of all the 50 states now that America's on, she have not as yet offered to her 22 million free slaves who served their father for 300 years in servitude. Not even the teeniest state in the Union. She has not offered her slave nothing to go upon. While Israel was offered something to leave Egypt with, a few gold pieces. They was helped to get out of Egypt. But we have been let loose like cattle. Not even having any chance whatsoever to go away from our slave masters to our own. And they would not carry us back to our people. Let us remember these things. Almighty God, Allah taught us that our fathers wanted to go back to their people when they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship Jesus that John Hawkins brought our parents here on, they stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied and chained themselves, bound together, feet. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on the ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You are now turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel? Acting sick. And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shores of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you are free. Remember that.
So long till they don't know the birth record, so they just say from remotest antiquity, this is the house that God used to manifest his wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and power in and through. Where is he now? Wherever he want to be. I'm not going to say I know where he is, but I'm glad his power is everywhere. I think I know where he is. I don't want to say because I could be wrong. But he's wherever he wishes to be. Are we to pray and worship Master Farad Muhammad? You don't worship the flesh of any man, because the flesh is going to die. But in that flesh is a wisdom and a power superior to any human being on the earth. So when we look to Allah in the person of Master Farad Muhammad, we look to him. And when he ain't no longer here, the power is going to be here. Honorable Elijah Muhammad said he would live a minimum of 400 years, but 400 years ain't no time. He'll be gone. But before he goes, the foundation of what he lays will never be erased from the planet. That's a God. He prays. He prays. He don't pray to himself. You don't say, surely I have turned myself to me. Who does he pray to? He prays in remembrance of him who originated that which he came in. He came in this body. You can't ignore him who originated this. Anyway, it's deep. It's a big subject. I want to say to my Muslim brothers, when I was in Mecca, I was there for 3 days. I was there for 3 days, and in the 3 days that I was there, wrangling with the scholars, we talked about this. And when I finished explaining, the heaviest scholars there didn't bother to argue. They had to go away and study it. And what we don't realize is God has chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. And what you're doing, you are following those that God wants to put you over. The Arab is a good person, basically. They've done a wonderful job in keeping the book of God pure. And we are grateful to them for so doing. But they messed up. It's your turn now. and God will see how you act. But you're not to follow Arabs. You're to lead them. And you can't lead them following them. See, they like to see you imitating them. Just like white Christians want to see black Christians imitating them. We're not to follow white people today. They had their day of rule, and their day of rule is up. That's all. God is going to replace them with a new ruler. And whether you like it or not, the new ruler is black. He have hair like lamb's wool, and he has feet like burnished brass. And if y'all can't take a black leader, then you might as well get off the planet.
Beloved brothers and sisters, one of the greatest practices in all the religions is prayer. The form and style of prayer varies from faith to faith, but prayer is universal. There is no religious community that does not pray. No prophet of God that did not pray. Abraham prayed, Noah prayed, Moses prayed, David prayed, Joseph prayed, Jesus prayed, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, prayed, Mustafa Muhammad prays.
We have a lot of that going on, but we're taking care of our farmers. We can't let our farmers not have anybody, these are these people, you can't replace them very easily. People that live in the inner city are not doing that work. They're just not doing that work. And they've tried, we've tried, everybody tried. They don't do it. These people do it naturally. I said, what happens if they get it to a farmer the other day? What happens if they get a bad back? He said, they don't get a bad back, sir, because if they get a bad back, they die. I said, that's interesting, isn't it?
Well, you heard that. Donald Trump is a believer in eugenics. He believes that white people are the superior race. And inner city is code for black people. And he believes black people cannot now work on the farms. I guess they're not good enough for that. So Hispanic people can do it because they have the backs for it. This is what this man is saying out loud in interviews. He is a racist. It's been proven time and time again. The man had Mein Kampf on his bedside table that he would read at night. Enough to let you know where he stands on that. Just more outrageous, racist things from Donald Trump. They want to arrest those who can do the farm work, well, until their backs give out. And then he'll probably ship them to El Salvador or some other country. Just more vile statements from the president and let you know where he stands.
When they were arresting people for praying outside of abortion clinics. I mean, I do think the UK, and I say this as, someone who is half English, I think it's like reached, or it is quickly reaching a point where democratic reforms are going to be pretty tough because of the demographic change. And that, of course, the point of importing all these people is to overwhelm the people who live there who disapprove of the program. So you don't have to care what they think because you just bring in new people. and their will becomes like all that matters. And so I don't think you're going to fix these things through elections at some point, probably pretty soon. And I just worry a place like the UK, Canada is another, a bunch of different countries in the West are at the point where they're literally revolutionary. They are poised for revolution. And as someone who really doesn't support revolution and hates violence and hates civil war above all, I'm worried about that. I mean, I don't see how this is fixed. Starmer, who's, he's just an instrument of larger forces, but he's a poisonous character, obviously, who's really hurt your country. He's in there for, 4 more years? And so you wonder, people are going to start to get really radical in a scary way. I think this is going to happen. And the people in charge don't seem to care.
Well, you're already seeing it. You are seeing the anger beginning to manifest itself, and I completely understand the anger. I don't like you. I abhor any form of violence, but I do understand the anger when you have, Keir Starmer campaigned, I'm going to smash the gangs that allow these little boats to come over the channel, delivering tens of thousands of people illegally into the country. And they then get put into these so-called asylum hotels where they're given a pretty good lifestyle, certainly a far better lifestyle than many people really struggling at the moment in the UK. And of course, far from smashing the gangs, it turned out yesterday that he's smashing new records for the number of people coming in illegally on the boats. Of course. It's out of control. And the British public are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly?
Are reaching a point of saying, we are done with people coming in illegally and being treated better in a more comfortable and more luxurious manner than we treat our own people.
Well, the whole point is to humiliate and degrade the indigenous population of the British Isles, the white population. I mean, that's the whole point. And are they really going to do something about it? What would that be exactly? You'd really have to force a lot of people to go back to their countries of origin, millions of people, and you need to do it really soon. And are they actually willing to do that? I don't know, but these are existential questions that we have been browbeat into ignoring for decades. But the question is is Ireland Ireland? If it's majority non-Irish, oh, shut up, they're Irish. No, they're actually not Irish. Same with the UK, same with England, Scotland, Wales. It's all changing so fast. Nothing like this has ever happened in all of history, except when, say, the Mongols swept across the steppe and raped everybody. That was true demographic change on this scale. But even that wasn't as profound as what we're seeing in every white country around the world. I would say the West, but Australia and New Zealand also. So, what is that? Now, my brain is not big enough to understand what that is. I have a lot of theories about it, but I don't know if they're true. All I know is what the numbers are, and that's real, and no one feels that he can say it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if that were happening in China or India or Malaysia or Senegal, it doesn't matter. You'd be like, what the hell is that? The population's totally different. Look at graduation. Pick, King's College Law School, and look at the graduation picture for the last 30 years. Who's in it? Just let your eyes tell you the truth for once. This is a total change in population. Is it better? Is it worse? Can't have that conversation. Who's pushing this? Does the population want it? The population clearly doesn't want it. There's no polling that's meaningful on the subject. There's no referendum on it. You don't get to decide. You've got no voice in it, other than you get to go to jail if you complain loudly enough about it. What is this? I think it's the biggest and darkest thing that has happened in the last 1,000 years, for sure. And I think it's leading somewhere really, really bad. It's not happening by accident, that's obvious, because it's only happening in white countries.
I think that...
Oh, shut up, white supremacist. Well, in fact, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm just noticing what the hell's going on.
I think most people I've spoken to about this in the UK, most people have always viewed the UK to be a very tolerant, multicultural, cosmopolitan place to live. That's why so many people want to come here. And people have no problem with that. And it's been very successful for a long period of time.
Wait, it's multicultural? What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law What does that mean?
We have a lot of different people from different countries, different cultures, and it's always worked historically.
So is Sharia law in a multicultural country, is Sharia law every bit as valid as English common?
No, people don't want Sharia law here. No.
A lot of people do. Wait, hold on. I don't know what you mean. Multiculturalism itself is a lie designed to subvert a society. No, a society has a culture. You can argue about what it is or ought to be. It's not necessarily the same as race. It's connected to race, but it's not the same. People from different races can buy into your culture. That was kind of the beauty of the West. But a multicultural society is not sustainable. There's never been such a
society is
one
about
culture will dominate.
Hang on, Tucker. Surely the United States of America, given the very way it was created, is the epitome of a multicultural society. And my point I was going to make to you was...
It's absolutely not. No. It's a multiracial society.
Yeah.
Though it was not actually a multiracial society up until pretty recent. It was just like 90% white for most of its existence, but whatever. But you did have different peoples, you had different religions. That was all totally fine, but there was one culture, as American culture. There's no such thing as a multicultural society. It's not sustainable. One culture will overwhelm the other. Again, it's not the same as race. It's not identical to race. It's connected, but it's not the same. But multiculturalism is by definition insane. No, it's never happened. It never will happen. One culture will predominate. It will impose its values on everybody else. I mean, the gay thing, which was not a thing 40 years ago, gay was a slur, all of a sudden becomes multiculture there. There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set.
Yeah,
you worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's
determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. That's natural. It's natural that people's views evolve.
So those values can evolve.
There's one culture, and it's required. And that's true in every society because a culture is a commonly agreed upon set of values, which in their firmest form are called laws.
But those values can evolve.
This is true everywhere.
But those values can evolve.
Of course they evolve, but there's only one set of them. It's not multicultural. There's one set. You worship one God in every society. Sorry.
But your country's values were established by the United States Constitution, and that's had, 26, 27 amendments, right? So your own values, as determined by the founding fathers, they have evolved and been changed to accommodate changing time.
There's no doubt. Look, I'm not even arguing against change. Natural that people's views evolve.
So the culture changes.
Once you start rejecting the laws of nature, then you're doomed. But let me just say, no, of course, societies change. I get it. All I'm saying, I'm making a very discrete, specific point, which is multiculturalism as an idea is laughably stupid. It has never worked. We never had it anywhere, and it never will exist because it's contrary to human nature. One culture, one way of looking at things, one worldview will predominate, and it will punish all who deviate from it. That is the nature of societies. So if you're telling me it's multicultural, we can all live and have radically different values, that's just not true. It's never been true. It never will be true. So you're having one culture, one worldview predominate over another and dominate and suppress all dissent. That's just what it is, dude.
But
Let's be honest.
I would point to the United States of America and the United Kingdom as two shining examples albeit not completely without their flaws, but shining examples of places that are deemed by the rest of certainly feel that about my country.
Well, I certainly think that inherent in Christianity is the notion of tolerance, and that draws from a core Christian concept, which is free will. You cannot force someone to convert. There's never been conversion by the sword in Christianity. People decide to believe in it. And so that is central to the religion, therefore it's been central to the society. Western civilization is Christian civilization. And so we call that tolerance. It's a respect for your inherent God-given right to make a choice about what you believe. Okay, so of course, that's always been a feature. My only point is, a society has a commonly agreed upon set of beliefs, rules, and laws that are the definition of the society itself. That's what a society is. So you can't have competing. You can't have, gay world and Sharia world living co-equally in a society. That does not happen. It will never happen. You have to pick one. Are we the Sharia society? Are we the party time gay rights society? Like, which one? And you can't face that reality, so you're just sort of snoozing along until the inevitable point where you're going to wake up and be like, my values have no bearing on what our society is anymore, because we've been invaded by other people with a totally different worldview, and they're now in charge. And that day is coming very soon for your country, and maybe it'll improve it. I don't think the UK could be a lot worse than it already is. It's this kind of disgusting, sad, self-hating, suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English person, but that day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architect. That's a choice that we're all going to face. Suicidal island that was once great. It kills me to see it as a half English. That day is coming. It will change. You will either decide to be Western or Eastern. That's a choice that we're all going to face. I don't want to face that choice, but it's being foisted upon us by the architects of mass migration. Sorry.
The country is a sad, disgusting, what's the rest of it, suicidal nation. I feel none of those things. I feel very happy to be in the United Kingdom, and I feel that there are lots of very happy.
Our system, the Western system, which is very distinct from the Eastern system, very distinct, and it's distinct on this one precise point, we believe, and have always believed since this country was founded, since your country became, not a pure monarchy, but even when it was a pure monarchy, the belief in the West, because of Christianity, was the worst thing you can do is punish the innocent. That's the worst thing you can do. That's worse than not punishing the guilty. And we often said that to each other. We no longer say that because there is a pretty concerted effort to blur the meaning of these terms. But I'm not going to be deterred from defining words precisely. Terror is murdering people, killing people, punishing people who committed no crime. Period.
So when the Israeli government says it has repeatedly that even though over 20,000 completely innocent children are believed to have died in their response to what Hamas did on October the 7th at the hands of the IDF, there are many on the pro-Palestinian side who say that Israel is behaving like terrorists too in the way that they have gone about conducting this war. Would you go as far as to say that?
One of the things that I really object to now is this relentless focus on Israel, which, by the way, is a foreign country that I have nothing to do with.
We've done this before. Now, maybe today things are different, and we will end up living in a nation that is sharply divided and may ultimately produce something else. But I'm an American. I love my country. I want to see it stay together. I'm interested in social cohesion, which means that I think our laws, customs, and culture have to be dominant. We can accept some diversity on the edges, but not fundamental division. I think we're in a state of fundamental division. So when I bring up Sharia law, I've sat in many discussions with many people that said, well, I don't care what people look like, but I do care about Sharia law, and I don't want that practiced anywhere near my family or in my country. And that's something you should be aware of. So the notion that someone can come here and say, well, that's part of my religion and we're going to abide by Sharia law, they're going to find serious resistance and opposition in the country.
And as I clarified,
It's because it matters. It's this thing we call societal cohesion. Nations do not exist on their own. They have a core population. Our core population from the very beginning was always at least 80% European and Christian and about 15 to 20% African. But when you start bringing in huge numbers, millions, who are fundamentally different from the core population, you are going to get violence, anger, and conflict. How many times have you heard people say, if you bring people in from the developing world, what do you get? The developing world. And now we've got that. You can't bring in hundreds of thousands of people from Somalia, plant them, of all places, in Minnesota, and then be shocked that, no, they're not Americans. They're not really interested in being Americans. They're foreigners living on American soil. Nobody wants to say that publicly. If you do, oh, well, you're a racist. Well, you know, the world is full of racists. The real war that's going to decide our fate is not going to be fought anywhere overseas. It's going to be fought right here inside the United States. Are we going to survive as a republic, as an English-speaking republic that rests on the foundations of Western civilization? Or are we going to become something else?
One point that is
Constitution was completed in 1789. I think we had 5 million people living in the 13 British colonies. We were 90% white, that is excluding the Africans that were in the country who had been brought here as slaves. But we were 90% white. We were 90% Protestant. And this may be hard for you to believe, but the people that wrote that were trying to protect all of the Protestant sects from a state church on the model of the Church of England and the Roman Catholic Church. That's one of the reasons it was almost 100 years or more after that before people began to finally accept Catholicism as a religion, because it was viewed as political power. My point to you is the Constitution is outdated. The way we are governed is outdated. It has to be re-examined. Nobody in 1789 imagined that anybody would come to the United States except another lunatic, religious fanatical Protestant who hated the Church of England. That's what people feared. That's what they thought of. The Constitution that we have does many good things, but I would argue that the Bill of Rights is ultimately more important. The Bill of Rights is vital and essential, and that needs to be defended. But the Constitution and the way we govern and the things that we're doing, it's out of date. It doesn't fit our needs. And that's back to my comment on something given has no value. You have to earn it. And we haven't made anybody earn their place in this country. I'm talking about people like me that have been here forever. My first ancestor stepped off the boat in 1681. So we've got to get back to some notion of national service, because national service promotes national integration. It addresses some of these problems that you're discussing. Now, I know that you may not want to conform and may not want to be as I am, but I'm an American and nobody questions that. Nobody ever will. If you don't want to stand out and be questioned, then I suggest that you change your appearance, because I don't think it's life or death for you to wear what you wear.
I think this conversation,
it's not fine, because it's leading to violence that could have otherwise been avoided. You see, every great nation, every large nation can always accept some number of people into its ranks that are different from them. It's always been the case. But if you suddenly import millions, which is what's happened here and happened in Europe, then you threaten the core gene pool. What I'm trying to tell you is there's a problem. And we can all pretend that there isn't, and you can insist there isn't, but that's the view. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to address it truthfully and openly. Stop pretending it's not a problem. It's a problem.
I mean, what's also a problem is white supremacy. And that's
No, because of you're saying you're different, you're going to remain different, and you don't think that if that's not compatible with being an American, then the hell with it. That's what you're going to do.
well, then what do you make then of, white American people who convert, let's say, to Islam and choose to cover? Are they not American anymore?
Listen, if they want to do that, that's obviously their business. I don't know how many are out there that do that. I think again, it's ill-advised. I think you have to hold the society together. There has to be an agreement on certain things, customs, culture, way of life. And unfortunately, if you're going to practice rigidly a brand of Islam that demands certain things, and this is why I asked right off the bat, do you support Sharia law?
I'm a Muslim. What being a Muslim means is I follow the guidelines of my religion, which is a peaceful
Does your religion dictate to you Sharia law?
My religion dictates to me to be a good human being, to be good to my neighbors, to
that the most powerful force in today's Republican Party is represented by what Charlie Kirk said. It is this drive to make America a white Christian nation. I got to tell you, this is what they say privately. This is now what they say publicly. This is what Charlie Kirk said publicly.
And Joe, again, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on, because you know these people very, very well. Yeah. You said it yourself. You were one of the strongest voices. You were one of the folks who understood the incendiary language when you were in Congress, when you had your radio show, and how people loved when you did it. And then when you chose to apologize for that and turn away from it, oh my God, they literally have just tried to destroy you because of that.
Yeah, again, you know the deal, Roland, right? I came out publicly against Trump 7 years. For 7 years, I put up with death threats on a regular basis. Nobody is welcome in that party unless you bow down to what this force is, this MAGA force. And again, look, there have been some people on the left who've celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. Shame on them, be better people. But this is much worse, Roland, what my former friends are doing on the right, because they are turning this into a holy war. When you say we declare war on the left because of what some 22-year-old young guy did in Utah, and then you declare war on the whole left, that's a lot worse than celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, because that's dishonest, but that's also inciting hate and violence. And Roland, look, Trump's an idiot. So yeah, Trump says the left, the problem in the country is the left. J.D. Vance is not an idiot. What did J.D. Vance say today, right? He was subbing for Charlie Kirk on his radio show, and he spent the entire show going after the left, going after them, they, them. Man, Democrats need to wake up, Roland. This is a really serious deal by my former colleagues. The stuff that I hear privately from them right now, Roland, for the last 5 days, I mean, they want to go to war. This is a holy war.
Oh, it absolutely is. And what really jumps out at me on this very thing here, Joe, and I've been saying this, I played the speech 2 weeks ago that mainstream media just ignored, of Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, who gave a speech at NatCon, Peter Thiel's group, where he literally gave a white nationalist speech, where he said our ancestors fought for this country to be our ours and no one else. He was talking about white people. He was basically saying if you are black, Latino, Asian American, or even Native American, America is not for you. And folks just ignored it. And so people need to understand, again, what they're saying, why they're saying it. And yes, there are many evangelicals, any very conservative white Christians who are pushing this as well. And you nailed it. They want a holy war. They want a race war. They want this to be a white country. It is clear as day.
And Roland, really important point. Charlie Kirk at only 31, the impact he had because he was one of the most successful pushers of this white Christian nationalistic idea. And so I think that's why all of his defenders are out there so strenuously denying he said anything divisive, because they know if you really go through Charlie Kirk's public record, everything he said about people of color and black women and Muslims and gays and transgenders, if people took the time to go through all of that, and that was put out for average people to see, they'd be blown away by it. That's why his defenders are like supercharged right now. They don't want that record to be seen.
Today, you mentioned, and I mentioned as well, Vice President J.D. Vance sitting to do his show. And listen to this man just blatantly lie, Joe. Play it.
I read a story in The Nation magazine about my dear friend, Charlie Kirk. Now, The Nation isn't a fringe blog. It's a well-funded, well-respected magazine whose publishing history goes back to the American Civil War. George Soros's Open Society Foundation funds this magazine, as does the Ford Foundation and many other wealthy titans of the American progressive movement. The writer accuses Charlie of saying, and I quote, "Black women do not have brain processing power to be taken seriously." But if you go and watch the clip, the very clip she links to, you realize he never said anything like that. He never uttered those words. He made an argument against affirmative action as a policy. He criticized a specific Supreme Court justice as an individual. He never said anything about black women as a group. He made an argument for judging people of all races and backgrounds by their own individual merits.
Bullshit.
Okay, Joe, this is actually what he said.
No, Roland, that's utter bullshit.
In fact, you know, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake, if we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously. Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
All right, Joe. He literally said it. Not only that, Vance lied. Soros does not fund the nation. So he sat there and flat out lied.
And Roland, remind me, what's J.D. Vance's job? He's the vice president, and yet he had time today to do a radio show for a former right-wing podcaster. I mean, look what they're not even, Roland, they're not even subtle about it, what this White House is doing. They believe, man, the path to victory is fear, hate, and division. And that's what they're putting out there. That was Charlie Kirk literally going after 4 accomplished black women by saying they didn't have the brain power to get where they got. This is what he believed. And this is what MAGA believes. And that, again, Roland, broken record, that's why Charlie Kirk was so damn successful, why he had such a big audience.
Yeah, and not only that, you take Nick Fuentes, who's to the right of Charlie Kirk. The night of or the day after Kirk was shot and killed, Fuentes had 200,000 people watching him live. And so what you have this fervor. And so when I listen to Trump and Vance and all of these people talk about, how the left, they're indoctrinating. No, and you know this very well, the indoctrination. We've had people who formerly are with Turning Point USA put out videos talking about how it was really this cult-like figure, this messianic figure, as they sort of set Kirk up as, and how they want them to follow that. And so that's what's going on here. These people are not trying to have open dialogue. And not only that, Joe, you take Trump, okay? Trump was very clear in saying he was not going to call Governor Tim Walz after those 4 folks were shot in Minnesota. 2 were killed, including former Speaker of the House and her husband. Now today he's saying, he never even heard of Melissa Hortman, and if the governor had asked him, he would have, of course, lowered the flags to have staff. I'm sorry, he's also lying. He knew about her. He knew about the shooting, but he was so arrogant that he said, 2 Democrats, a Democrat Speaker of the House shot and killed. Yeah, I don't care, but lower the flags to have staff with Charlie Kirk. Flies body on Air Force 2. Do a memorial service at the Kennedy Center. Do another one at the Arizona Cardinal Stadium. Give him the Medal of Freedom. And I'm telling you, they're going to give him a state funeral. That's what you're seeing right now. And then you got Peter Hegseth going after members of the military who said anything negative in the aftermath of his death. You've got Kirk supporters creating a database of people of every social media post, and then even Vance saying in the podcast, you call their employer. So the so-called free speech people all of a sudden are saying, if you say anything negative about Charlie Kirk after what took place last week, we're going to come after you, come after your job. I thought they hated cancel culture, Joe.
Yeah. Roland, I remember back in my right-wing radio days, I would come on every day, and there was always some story about some leftist group on a college campus that couldn't handle speech that made them uncomfortable
to say.
Roland, this is scary, and you and I are old enough, man, to remember huge figures in American history who were gunned down, struck down, military leaders, civil rights leaders. We are treating this 31-year-old podcaster, MAGA influencer, like he's Jesus Christ. So I come from the right. Why are my old colleagues and friends on the right doing this, Roland? Because the right wants a religious war. Let's just call it. They want a civil war. They want a holy war. That's why they're putting him up to be some Jesus-like martyr.
Absolutely. I mean, Glenn Beck literally came out and said he was a civil rights leader. Oh, my God, stop it. Stop it. I've seen people say, I've seen a lot of these videos, I'm leaving my church because my pastor did not mention him. This was a Christian warrior. And let's just be clear. You said it, white Christian nationalists. It's slaveholder religion. We heard a lot of this stuff during slavery, during Jim Crow, things along those lines. And this whole idea about, it was about debate. It was about, exchange of ideas. I mean, come on, let's just stop it. And so we see what's going on here. We see the games that are being played. And then what gets me, Joe, is this whole deal of, oh my God, the left, how they indoctrinated him and the accused killer going to a university. The dude was at a university for 1 semester, Joe. You're trying to tell me that one semester at a mostly white institution in Mormon, Utah, which is not a liberal bastion, somehow just radicalize him. I mean, it really is showing folks of the hand they're trying to play.
Yeah, and I think even on top of that, Roland, I think it was like some technical school. So it wasn't some crazy liberal arts school for a semester. Look, cut through all the BS. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has publicly said that America should be a white Christian country. This is what animates my former party. Roland, you know me, right? Tea Party Hellraiser. I don't come from the left. I left the Republican Party when the Republican Party became MAGA. And my fellow Democrats and folks on the left need to understand, now these people are on the right. Now this is MAGA. MAGA now are the snowflakes. MAGA, Roland, they now need their safe spaces. It's funny, but it's not funny. And you're right about J.D. Vance, man. He just flat out lied. I mean, the last 30-year history of political violence in this country, the vast majority of it is right-wing. It always has been. And they put out this lie that it's only on the left. It's not even, Roland, a both sides problem between the left and the right. There is political violence on the left, but the vast majority is on the right, and they know that, and they're lying because they're trying to inflame their base. And Roland, I hear from their base every day, and let me tell you something, they are inflamed. I mean, they are ready to march and grab their you-know-what. This is a scary time.
It is, and folks need to understand what is certainly at stake. Joe Walsh, I appreciate you joining us on the show.
History of the cross, known by their works. What's the history of the cross? 500-year history of the cross. Murder, rape, destruction, deception, enslavement, burning, terrorizing. To maintain a slavery system, you must terrorize the people 24/7. They terrorize people from Africa and America for 400 years. Constant terror, 24/7, rape, murder. In the name of Jesus. This was Christians, not Buddhists, not Hindus. Christians, in the name of Jesus, where they said Jesus cursed black people, they call them Ham, cursed them to be slaves and persecuted forever. In the name of Jesus, raped our women incessantly, pissed in our mouths. made us eat shit. And they took and tried to clean it up, I get, well, not clean it up, but make it look more fashionable, I guess, by calling it chitlins. That's after slavery, of course, after so-called slavery. Because what was endured was not slavery. Look up slavery. Look up slavery. It does include murder, rape, terror. This is a Holocaust. And then now they try to downplay it. Oh, that was 40 years ago. No, it wasn't 40 years ago. I don't care if it was a million years ago. It was 40 years ago. It lasts for 400 years. As they're doing today, they took everything away from the slaves. Everything. Their name, their culture, their families, their religion, their minds, everything. Fed their children to alligators as alligator bait. And then they talk about what's going on in Gaza when they did 1,000 times worse. What's going over in Gaza now is simply just a miniature version of what they did. What they did was far worse than what's going on in Gaza. Gaza's bad. It's genocide. What they did was far worse and much longer. That's the legacy of Christianity. Murder, rape, disease. They wiped out the native population with genocide and disease. Smallpox blankets, knowing they was full with disease. Herpes, syphilis, gonorrhea from sleep with animals. So-called common cold was not common. It didn't exist here on this side of the world until they brought it here. Murder, rape. When they was raping out women, they had a cross hanging from their neck. And again, they taught black and this was God's will. God's will. The enslavement of our people. And they continue on even today. That's the legacy of Christianity, the cross. So where's your rap sheet? Every time they arrest one of our people, your rap sheet. What's your rap sheet? How are you going to judge people for murder when you're guilty of murder beyond imagination for hundreds of years? Hundreds of years. Theft. You stole this land and murdered its people. And you crushed the native people here. When the braves would go out hunting, you would come into the camps like cowards and kill the women and smash the children's brains out on the hooves of your horses. This is the legacy of Christianity. That's the legacy of it. The question is, if instead of Columbus coming here, Dracula came here, Beelzebub, Wolfman, Frankenstein, Satan, and they all came instead of Columbus. What could they have done that Columbus and those that followed him did? Satan is the God of this world. That's the God they're serving. They have known him by their works. What are the works of Christianity? What are the works of Christianity? Where's the works of Christianity? Evil, deception, mischief, bloodshedding. It goes on today. And what's going on in Gaza, just reflection and microcosm of what was done here in America for hundreds of years. Raped out women incessantly. They would even rape while they was out in the fields picking cotton. They would jump off their horse and tell them to bend over and rape them. And tell them to keep picking cotton while they was doing it. This is the kind of stuff that they would do. Make one slave defecate in the slave in the mouth of another slave, and then bound it up so they couldn't spit it out for 7 days. That's a legacy of slavery. You did it all in the name of Jesus. That's a legacy of slavery. Legacy of slavery. 40 years plus. Legacy of Christianity. Legacy of the cross. That's the legacy. That's the true legacy. So whose works are those? Who are you serving? Who are you serving? Legacy of the cross. Where's your rap sheet, America? Gog? Where's your rap sheet, Magog? Britain? Where's your mayship? Where's your rap sheet? Antichrist, false Israel? Where's your rap sheet? Then they colonized Africa. They're stealing for ripping off everyone. That's the legacy of Christianity. It's been ruling for over 500 years. And now, the threat of nuclear war to finish off everything. That's a legacy of Christianity in the name of your Jesus.
Surely you ain't talking about us packing our bags and going westward or going out there in the land. Ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And the ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our best hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves, bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought, turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your own? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their own 400 they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment, condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
and going westward or going out there in the land, ain't no cities, no towns, no infrastructure out there. Surely you ain't talking about that, are you? No. We ain't going back to Africa. No. This is your land. Our sweat, our tears, our blood has earned us the right to the land. What God wants you to do is come out of their ways. Come out of their pagan holidays where you should be honoring Jesus. You are out here buying bunny rabbits and inviting your children to paint eggs for some Easter hunt. Come out of her. Get the Santa Claus out of your house and a tree that is the way of the pagans. Come out of her. St. Valentine's Day. The heck is that? Excuse me. Come out of her name. Come out of her religion. Come out of her culture. Come out of her way of life. Come out of her educational system.
Back to their people. When they was put off on the shores of North America. And this ship, Jesus, that John Hawkins brought our past hero. They stood and stared at it disappearing in the horizon, crying, wanting to return, with their hands stretched out towards that ship, and tied in chains themselves bound together. And when they was put off on this memorable shows, they stood there staring at that ship that brought them to a strange land and a strange people who could not speak either one's language. Now they have to live in a strange country and a strange people who had proven to them every mile from their native land that they were going to be the worst enemies that they ever lived with. They were going to be the people that would destroy them. They soon discovered that on this ship that they were being brought here on. I don't know how we should say anything in the name of Jesus of good for us when this ship was named Jesus. This is how that we have always been deceived by the white man, trying to use Jesus, the name Jesus, to lull us off in a mental sleep, thinking that we are on our way to heaven. This is terrible. My beloved brothers and sisters, this is very hard for us to even to accept today. Imagine our parents standing crying to return to their native land and people, and you here today crying to stay with the very enemy that brought our fathers in subjection to their will. You and I turning your face from your own native land and turning it back towards our own prison house and our own enemies who have destroyed us and seeks to further destroy us. How do you feel? How do you feel? Not wanting to return to your people. They are trying to make love with the very people that destroyed you and your parents. How do you feel acting such? And even today, they are beating and shooting you down throughout the country. There is no justice here for you and me. Why should not you want to be separated and be returned to your home? I ask you that question. Think over your parents on the eastern shore of North America, crying and praying to God to be returned to their arms 400 years ago. How would they like, or you like to see them rise up in the judgment condemning you for being such fools as now want to live in the land that absolutely enslaved them and killed them and beat them for 300 long years here. They would condemn you as being fools for not wanting to be separated and go to your own, build up a nation for yourself after the white man say you were free. Remember that.
Assalamu alaikum, sisters and brothers. Sulman Rahim here, Veteran of Covenant. Okay, brothers and sisters, it's been a year now, and we're finally home after 40 years in Arabia. I'm reporting to you from Arabia. finally home after 40 years, right? And so we've been here a year now. And there was an agreement made, a former slave master. He said, we had a choice. Stay here or leave, right? So we chose our inheritance, Arabia. So we left. And half the original people decided they wanted to give up their inheritance and trade it for a place in America in reconciliation with their former slave master. That's their choice. They chose, said, we don't want to go over to Arabia. We don't go over there where there's sand and all that stuff. We want to stay here in America. We've been here all our lives, been here 40 years, born here, right? And we can make peace with our slave master. Okay, so they decided to stay. And so after a year, right, we're getting reports of how things are going over there, and it doesn't sound too good. How things are going over in America with their reparations, because they was given they got 6 states, I believe. Yeah, see, yeah, they got those 6 states right there. That's what Farrakhan told them. They was listening to Farrakhan. Farrakhan promised them. They stay there, 6 states, right? Had their own land, and they can make reconciliation with the former slave master. They're not devils. They're not devils. They're human beings. They just had a rough, they were just, did some things wrong, but now they're gonna make amends and make reparations. So 6 states, and in addition to that, they gave everybody $1 million. Everybody stayed $1 million. Okay? Say, thank you, Farrakhan. They're so happy. Thank you, Farrakhan. Thank you, Farrakhan. Man, you got 6 states. That's what you promised us. We got 6 states. They're thanking you. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? And this was a year ago. They got the 6 states. Thank you, Farrakhan. Right? Everybody got $1 million. Everybody $1 million. And they're rejoicing. Oh man, they're so happy. Hey, we came, man. We made it. We got America, man. We got reconciliation for a master. We got 6 states. Everybody got $1 million. We're all rich. That was a year ago when we left. So we're in Arabia. They're still back there in America. And now we're getting reports a year later. This was the way it was a year ago, man. They were so happy. They were so happy. Right? And now we get reports of what's going on right now. Let's see. Oops, it says a power failure. Great power failure in those 6 states. Power failure. And it's just those 6 states. Right? So, and now they had a big and massive, they came asking to turn the power. Well, why can't they do it? Oh, Farrakhan didn't train anybody. He was telling you about 6 states, but he never prepared you for them. So nobody knows how to do it. How to turn the power grid back on. So now he's begging, man, master, can you come and turn this thing back on for us? I mean, you would think that if he told him 6 states to promise him that he would have prepared him for it, right? Their schools and education, whatever they needed for that. But I guess they didn't, because they said over there now he's begging the former master to come and turn the power back on. And then what? I mean, this is all that's happening now. I mean, I'm getting these imports in now, a year later. It's like, They're coming in every hour. Power grid failure, right? Then say, oops, crop failure. All of a sudden, there's no, they looked at the farmers, wasn't they doing it? Farmers said, oh. So then they asked master, what's happening here? How come right? Our crop. They found that the land they gave them wasn't that fertile. A year later, nothing's growing. Crop failure. And now master, what's happening here? Right? And then, I mean, all these things, every hour that's coming in, right? And then they look, and they had, a year ago they had plenty of food on the shelves, right? And now, they look there now and all the food's gone. It's gone. She said, what am I going to do here? Food's gone. The house is empty. So he said, Master, we need some food. Well, how come you can't produce your own food? I mean, you want your own country. You got your own states. That's your country. Then you run it. What are you calling us for? Right? So they're praying. And then, oops, no fuel. The master's no fuel there. Well, you got to buy your fuel. You got to produce your own fuel. What you calling us for? You got your own 6 states now. What you calling us for? Go and get some fuel. You got money, right? You got your own states. So you got to get your own. What you calling us for? You said you wanted your own, so now you got it. And you got your reparation, so we don't owe you anything anymore. We don't owe you anything anymore, so what you calling us for? We don't owe you anything. You said you agreed to 6 states and $1 million per person. You took that instead of your inheritance, what you call the Abrahamic covenant, Arabia. Your brothers and sisters, they left. They took that was offered to them. They took it, and you said no. I want this instead. So now you got it. So what you calling us for? Oh, no communications. Oh man. No communications, right? No medical facilities. So what's going on, Master? Wait a minute, hold on. That's you. What you calling us for? That's yours. You gotta handle that stuff. You want us to handle it for you? You want independence, now you have it. I mean, wow, this stuff was coming every hour, man. Instead of like a year, they was celebrating. And now they're crying and begging the master, hey, we got all these problems here. I said, wait a minute, that's yours. Where'd you come about your problems? You have to work those out. Right? No transportation, I mean, no planes, or nowhere. We learned about fly the planes and they drive the trucks and the boats and stuff and to go and get this stuff. Well, what you doing this for? You wanted this, you got it. So go ahead and train your own pilots, build your own planes, build your own boats and right? You see what I'm saying? Transportation, build your own trucks. What you calling for? Yeah, Master, we see this. You said you wanted 6 states, you got it, and $1 million per person. That was the reparations. So then if you didn't pay people to take care of this, how is that our problem? You're independent now. You're really free now. Oops, no fuel, the gas station's empty. I can't drive, man. And no gas. Man, wow. All this stuff happened like for a year. They thought that everything was great, and all of a sudden everything ran out. So guess what happened? Everything was there when they got it, and then it ran out. They had to, some of them replace the fuel, to get the farms going. So they was left with that stuff. The factory was full. I mean, warehouses full. Then you had to keep. They thought that was just going. I guess they thought it was just going to be there, just by itself. They didn't prepare for it. See? And they ain't trained any engineers and scientists and architects and stuff. They business. They didn't train anybody. So Farrakhan, he told you he don't get this for you, but he didn't prepare you for it. He didn't get anybody to handle this stuff. So what was that all about? So now he asked the master, said, hey, don't call on me. You was here, you had it when you was here with me. You said you want independence, you wanted reparations, so you gave it to you. Well, calling your brothers over there. They left, they handled their own business. You said you want to stay here. Right? See? You don't have any professionals or technicians, scientists, doctors, none of that. See? I mean, that's what, because I mean, if you're going to set reparation, you should be preparing for that, right? So if he was telling you about reparation, you should be preparing for it. If he said, God said that's where he's going to get you, so if God told him he's going to get that for you, then he should, like when God told Noah there was a flood coming, to only build an ark, so he started building an ark. And so you should start preparing for the 6 states and the reparations, but apparently you didn't. And so now, he tells you, look, hold it. We want total separation. Look, we don't want you to call us no more. We don't want you to call us no more. Because you're wearing us. You want your own country. You got your own land. Right? You got money, $1 million, all this stuff, right? And so now we got to protect your money and everything too? No, you have to really create your own money. You have to do all these things, your own wealth, not ours. Right? So we're going to cut you off from that too. That's whole economics. So they go and tell it. They tell all the people all the white folks, right? Because all the black folks, now all the black folks is either in Arabia or in those 6 states. That's the solution. You had to be one way or the other. There couldn't be no integration, that kind of stuff. That's the deal. You just said one or the other. So all the black folks are there, ain't no integration, that kind of stuff, right? Black folks are there, one or the other, so they're there. So he said, okay, right? So they just say, we're going to take our money because we don't know what y'all doing over there. You have your own money, you have your own wealth. So what they do is they tell all the white folks, say, protect your money, right? Transfer your money into gold. Just all your dollars into gold. Right? Now remember, they gave everybody $1 million apiece. So everybody got $1 million apiece, right? And so they transfer it to gold. And then what happens is that what they do is they start just printing money. White folks just start printing money. You understand what that means? That's inflation. Right? Because if you got $1 million of gold, a million ounces of gold, say 1 million ounces of gold, understand this, and you got 1 million certificates, then you say each certificate is worth 1 ounce. If you got 1 million ounces, each certificate is worth 1 ounce. Understand that? If you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one of those certificates is worth 1 million. If you want to say trade with the certificates, each one of the certificates is worth 1 ounce of gold. Right? But if you take and print, you say you got 1 million ounces of gold, and you got 1 million certificates, each one. But say you print twice as many certificates, you got 2 million. Well, then each certificate is only worth 50 cents now, because you got to connect that to the gold. Well, you print 4 times, then each one is worth a quarter. So the more you print, the less they worth, because those certificates has to equal what the gold is. You understand? So the more you print money, the less, right? The less they're worth. So if you print twice as much money, right, there's less gold. You understand? So if $1 is worth 1 ounce of gold, which that's right, then if you print double that amount of dollars, then each one's worth half an ounce. You understand? That's what printing money without increasing their wealth does. That's inflation. So what happens is They keep printing. They get down to where $100 is worth a penny. But see, that doesn't affect their people. They try to protect their money because they transfer their money to gold. So gold still has its value. It's just the dollars don't. It still got the same amount of gold. But the dollars, they get down to a penny. So you can't buy it. You had $1 million, now your $1 million worth of $5. That's all it's worth. Maybe $1. Hardly worth anything. Hey, that's our money. You gotta have your own money, you control your own wealth. You can't keep coming at us what you're doing. And you think they wouldn't do that? Yeah, you've been a Gaza lately? You see what happened to the trees they made with the so-called natives? Kept telling me you had a forked tongue because they kept making trees with them, then they broke the trees. And took their land and genocide and everything else. But no, they wouldn't do that to you. See? Because now you have, your money's worth nothing. They haven't lost anything. Because once that money's worthless, it's no good, right? Then you bury it up, throw it away, it's worth nothing. The people still got gold. And even if they take it, hold on to money, hope to increase again, they just use another different certificate, use another form of money. So it's still worth nothing. That $1 million you had, you was so happy with now, it's probably worth maybe $1. So you can't buy anything with $1. Plus the economy's crap because everything is failing, and you don't know how to repair it. You don't know how to get those communications. You don't know how to do any of this stuff. You're not an engineer, build a house, you don't know how to do anything because Farrakhan didn't. Right? He didn't prepare you. He told you he'll give you 6 days. He told you, listen to me, right? So now you're broke, and your economy is gone. You have no food, no electricity, no power, anything, right? It's not their fault. They gave you what you asked for. You still had your inheritance for that. And then they closed the border. Because you want to try to get back into America now. We want to come back in, Master. No, we don't want you back in here. We sorry, we want to come in. No. That's what you chose. You stay there. They closed the border, so you can't get back in here. You can't get back in America, into what you could call your land now. Swaziland or something? Farrakhan. Maybe call it Traveland. Farrakhan. Named after Farrakhan. Right? So they close the borders, you can't. Because now you're hungry and everything else, your money's worthless. Oh God, come back, Master, I'll come back work for you, I'll work for Popeyes, I'll do anything you want. No, remember, now blacks, either they over in Arabia or they in that land. There are no blacks in America, any places, just in that land that you 6 days. And now you're starving, you ain't got your money's worthless, nothing works, and they close the border. Right? And then you see Master, you on the phone, you talking to the guy that you kept treating, help you. Hey, we finally got rid of them niggas. Finally got rid of them. See, on the phone. Yeah, it worked. We sold them no reparations. We sold them that used car. You turned the miles back and everything else, and they bought it. See? They could have had a BMW. They could have had a Lamborghini. They sold it for a BMW that looked good. Damn thing didn't work. And now they're starving, living in tents. Praying. So what? Then what next? What we gonna do, Farrakhan? You told us to take reparations, so we did. But they gave us everything we asked for. What we gonna do, Farrakhan? What we gonna do? Pray. That's his answer. Pray. That's your reparations. like Elijah Muhammad said, he had a big picture. We leaving, and blacks staying on the shore, the ones stay behind, and they was whooping their ass. Right? Because they thought you think they want to give you some land and take care of you? You think they want to do that? And go bankrupt, give everybody $1 million? How much that is? If it's 17 million, 17 million times 17 million times a million is like $17 trillion, I think, something like that there. Then they're gonna do all that for you. They want to get rid of you. So now they have succeeded. Because they closed the border, and what you gonna do? You gonna fight to come out? They closed the border. They got the military around there. They finally got rid of you. No more black problem, no more Negro problem anymore. One group's out of here, another group that's here. They're gone, and our hands are clean. We gave them what they wanted. Well, anything. Okay. God honors contracts. Remember, he honored the contract with Jacob. Esau sold his birthright for a bowl of soup to Jacob, which was Esau's inheritance, and God honored it. Okay, Jacob, it's yours. You're the one. And that's the deal. Because he ain't your friend. Pharaoh ain't your friend. Pray, pray, pray. That's the answer. And this homeland you was promised, you rejected it. So now you got what you asked for. So if they gave you reparations today or tomorrow, how would that scenario not play out like that? Well, they say, okay, you got it. Tell me how the scenario wouldn't play out like that. And tell me why they wouldn't do it. They love you so much, they're going to say, okay, we're going to take care of them. I mean, why should they go out their way to take care of you when you was right here? You was working at Popeyes and then they get up on Section 8, all that stuff right here, because they're trying to get rid of that stuff right now. Trump's trying to get rid of all that stuff right now. Because they're closing on you don't realize it. Anyway, that's just, that's what's happening over in America. Wow. Boys come here. Disaster over there. And, I just got a call. Oh, wait, hold on. Really? You serious? Our ambassador just got a call from I don't know what they call it Conland or something. I forgot what something they call it right there. That 6th day. They begged us to come and help. Can they come over here? Can we come and get them? Really? Can we come and get them and bring them? Oh no. Now he went and asked Master Farah Muhammad, right? He said, no, hell no. We ain't going to get them. And I agree with that. Yeah, the Master said he said, let's call him, and he passed the word to Master Farah Muhammad. Master Muhammad said, send him back. Master, no, we can't come and get you. You made your choice, live with it. Or die, whatever the situation is. Wow. I can't believe that. They actually, right, sent a message over. I don't know how they did. I don't have any communication with it. Somehow they got the information over to them. Said, would we please come and get them? Nope. Said, no, tell them no. And don't waste time communicating with us anymore. You got your land, you got your reparations, you got your money, you got Farrakhan as your leader. Yeah, tell him, talk to him, let him straighten out for you. He didn't want to sell you the idea. He was a salesman. So you on that idea of reparations. We told you. Right? Suleiman, right? He was the messenger to you, telling you, look, man, let's go home. You said no. You chose not to. Okay, brothers and sisters, that's a sad story. But I guess that's it. Is that it? Oh, they're not getting more reports on papers. Okay, he says That was Matthew Prophet Muhammad's final decision, and I think they closed communications off from there. So, like I said, brothers and sisters, we got those rides. All that came in today, man. It came in fast. After a whole year. Total collapse. Now they begging it. Somebody help them. We can't do it. Maybe Master help you. We won't do it. Assalamu alaikum. Update, brothers and sisters, got another late report in that they said, well, if you want to come and get us, well, we at least send them some food. They begged, said, please send us some food. Master Muhammad said, we got to send them a damn thing, nothing, zero. He said, please just send us some food. No, I just got that in. He says, if you can't come and get us, please send us some food. He says, no, he refused. I said, boy, I just got the information from the ambassador. He said, they sent that, and he's read to me. He says, no. He said, please, just please send us some food. I said, no way. You made your choice, case closed. Okay, just got that in, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum.